Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. Cut the joke so we can actually enjoy the show.
Pete, I think you're muted there.
One of the two.
I'm muted. I can't hear you.
They know my name, and so I just ran for the mute button.
I'm the bye week bro in this case. I'm sweating.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty high.
If we're being dead honest, I forgot my password. I need to go check.
What if this big wide receiver he keeps talking about is actually Greg Dulcich?
I feel like I'm already regretting this.
Drake Mays is not getting a clip. Bucky Irving is a great one. Let's make a Bucky Irving clip.
They're getting too thick. Double C. Also having to be like an athlete right now.
Stay there. Okay. All right. That was last week on Best Ball Breakfast, and today on Best Ball Breakfast, we got 4 more Best Ball Mania 5 drafts, and news is heating up. We're going to talk through the Justin Fields bombshell over the weekend, all of the latest camp risers. We got actual scroll the F down candidates that we can start mixing in the 18th round. And of course, we have our usual parade of guests. Shawn Siegele will be joining me at 11 a.m. for a draft, Pat Kerrane at noon. And then our special guest is Dwayne McFarland from Fantasy Life. He will be here in the 1 p.m. block. 4 straight drafts here, 4 straight hours of hardcore best ball content. I'm Pete. Let's do it. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags. She kicked me.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in a plus EV way. Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts?
We just don't know.
All right, GMs all around August 5th, and it feels like we finally have stuff to chew on. Actual things shaking up the draft board. Puka Nacua is now week to week. I've seen Chris Olave falling in drafts, I think solely because of that hilarious clip of when he was asked at training camp if there's one play he could point to where it made him think the team was going to be good. And there was just the most awkward silence ever. And then he laughed and said, no. Not really. So, I mean, we are at the point where the news hounds are overreacting in every direction, and I absolutely love it. We have been begging for something to happen in our draft rooms, and now it finally is. GMs all around. Kevin says, with the stock market, I agree with Levitan's tweet from last week that it was good to tie up my money in best ball for 8 months. I know. They used to laugh at us. They would say, hey, you best ball bros, tying up your money for 8 months. There's better, investment vehicles for that money. What are you doing? Joke's on them, because we now have it in the safest store of value possible, tied up at our slow puppies and weekly winter drafts and all of that good stuff. Casey coming in hot for the poor. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. And guess what? I'm doing it in my new Fantasy Life mug as well. On Friday, I was in New York with the Fantasy Life team. We were recording a bunch of videos and shows for some upcoming projects, and I had to cop one of these new Fantasy Life mugs. So let's give it a pour here. Nice, full, hearty pour, I should say, for this morning's stream. AJ is ready to make it a good one. What is up, scrubby GMs? The Saints hate themselves. They really all do. Like, there's a few morale guys. It's Taysom Hill. That's the one thing that bonds the people in New Orleans, and outside of that, they just all hate each other. Dennis Allen hates everything. Chris Olave hates everything. I assume Derek Carr hates everything. Tough scene for New Orleans. What's up, Hunter? GM here. This morning, it's a coffee pour. Indeed. Getting the 10 out of 10 ranking from Casey here. I appreciate that. Yeah, new ranking system. It's like how people say we need a new badge system on Underdog. They say the red badge is no longer indicative of anything. It's certainly not indicative of being a sharp drafter. I mean, you will see these badge bros do some wild shit these days. New badges, new coffee ranking system. We need it. GM, Derek Carr hates himself. Good morning. The nose hair looks great. It's so funny you say this because I literally just booked a haircut right before I went on air. I don't know if I've trimmed my nose hairs recently. You are the only person that checks in on my nose hairs, Infa. I appreciate that. Someone has to hold me accountable. If I'm not getting these comments, then what else is going to compel me to meticulously trim my nose hairs? It's you, the people that hold me accountable. You hold my feet to the fire and you hold my nose hairs to the clipper. GMs. Pete books a separate haircut for his nose. It's an upsell. They get me in there and then they say, for an extra $6, we can get in there and take care of that for you, brother. Isn't that pretty cruel? It's like, I can't grow a mustache, but I can grow nose hairs. It's like, come on. All right. Let's get down to some brass tacks. Like I said, we got 4 drafts on tap today. I believe when today is done, I will have 99 Best Ball Mania drafts in the books. I should have planned it ahead of time. I should have done 1 extra draft over the weekend and then been able to get in 100th draft on stream. That's what old Pete would have done. You know, last year when I was streaming all 150 of my drafts, I was very meticulous about plotting things out, trying to get the 75th on stream, trying to get the 100th on stream. And now I'm just washed up. You know, I just don't have it in me to organize these perfectly round numbers for my draft. So you guys are going to be stuck with, I believe this is, let me throw it on the banner here. What is this going to be? Draft 96. So yeah, 96 with me, 97 with Shawn, 98 with Kerrane, 99 with Dwayne. And then my 100th will be with such little fanfare. It'll probably be on my couch one of these nights and say, you know what? Now's the time to do my 100th draft. And to think the SEO juice I could have gotten from streaming my 100th Best Ball Mania draft. Can you guys imagine that title? Can you imagine the click rate, the viewer retention if I title the video my 100th Best Ball Mania 5 draft? I mean, people would be tripping over themselves to click on that link. I cannot believe in these economic times that I wasted an opportunity at generational wealth to not stream my 100th draft. Guess there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it, but we can hop in a draft here. I continue to run so unbelievably pure on my draft slots. Like, I'm telling you, I get really lucky. That's all I'm going to say. I got another 103 here for the audio listeners who we will always service. I can't even remember the last time I picked in the back half of the round. I don't even know what it's like to have to decide whether I want to scoop up Puka Nacua at the 112. I don't even know what that decision is like because they just say, hey, Pete, take Tyreek Hill. And I say, okay, I will. Tyreek Hill, come on down. Nick's doing 50th. Ooh, Willis. Actually, that's right. Maybe I will. Yeah, because I probably won't do a draft. I think Willis is right. I will save my 100th draft for the Swolecast on Wednesday. I think Soccer Dave deserves that. I think the Swolecast viewers deserve that. Did you see Soccer Dave nailing that scoop on that Titans acquisition? I don't know who it is because it's a defensive player, but I'm pretty sure Kitchen predicted that. Yeah, I'm going to be working on a video. I'm wrapping it up either today or tomorrow for the Deposit Kingdom channel, looking at 9 breakout wide receivers. Blair Andrews over at Rotoviz, and we'll talk about that a little bit with Shawn today as well, has done an awesome series about where we find these breakouts from rookies and second-year players and had a really kind of finely tuned criteria to help us identify the best candidates to do it, and then and working on a video on that. So keep an eye out for that on the Deposit Kingdom. I'm going to have a ton of stuff cooking over there. I'm also going to be recording soon with Fareed, the Best Ball Mania 4 champ. I've been doing that draft series over there as well. Last week drafted with Nez. We drafted a fun team, although we didn't get to do any of his preferences that we outlined there. And this week I'll have one with Fareed as well. So I know sometimes it's confusing. Well, Peter, why do you have 2 YouTube channels? Why don't you just all put it under one? I get it. But I have to play the algorithm game that the YouTube overlords make me play. Live streams are here. It's a separate YouTube channel. You can search Deposit Kingdom. I got it pinned in the description down below. You get subscribed to that. and you'll get a bunch of those produced videos. No 4-hour rambling live stream like you get from me here. Get in, get out, boom, bang, however you say it, over there. Let's see here. Puka, is Puka still available? No, Puka went at 11, so no one's freaking out about Puka in this room. You are seeing the Cooper Kupp rise, though. I have started, now that we have the combination of extremely bullish camp reports on Cooper Kupp, everything is glowing, he's fully back, yada, yada, in conjunction with Puka being week to week. And I think we're going to start to see Cooper Kupp living at the front end of this second round. KCP takes Chris Olave at 18. Doesn't he know? Did no one tell him what Chris Olave said from camp? There hasn't been a single good play. I do think Puka could slip into early round 2 with the week-to-week stuff. Because here, let me make my pick. Let's see. ADP, we got Adams, we got Achane. Let's do Aiyuk. The Aiyuk stuff's pretty interesting right now. Where it sounds like a trade could actually happen. The rhetoric from the team is kind of like the ball is in his court, which I assume means like if you find a team that you're willing to be traded to or whatever, we will facilitate that. I think I saw something that multiple teams were willing to offer 30 million plus. That it was who were the two teams? Was it the Patriots were one of them? Who was the other team? Was it the Commanders? Someone in the chat can remind me. And then I think they said the Steelers were the third team in the mix there. But yeah, on the Puka stuff, I think, we talk about what are the things that happens when more casuals come in. When more casuals come in, they're playing less volume. They're probably only doing a draft or two. And when you're on the clock and you're saying, hey, I just heard this news blurb about Puka being out 1 to 2 weeks. Do I want to take him with my one bullet? No. And then that's how I think you get the slide. All right, we are on the clock here. My guy Malik Neighbors is here. I've also been pretty open to Kerrane in this spot. But man, I just kind of have a rule where I don't pass on Malik Neighbors in the third. And we are not going to pass on him here. Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors to start. Tim says Kupp should have always been top middle of the second round. To be honest, he was the wide receiver 1 last season. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you and I don't agree with you. The part I don't agree with is that there are risks to Cooper Kupp as far as what his health and the age cliff and what it means when you have an ascendant young rookie like Puka. I think what I said with Shawn a few weeks back on Best Ball Breakfast is that the Cooper Kupp ADP was kind of middling 2 outcomes. Like there is the outcome where the age cliff and those other concerns happen and he looks like an awful pick. And then there are the scenarios where he is fully back, the scenarios that people are actually on board with right now. He doesn't lose a step. Puka is still in kind of a secondary 1B role to him. And then he should be a 1-2 turn pick. And so his ADP was kind of middling that in a way that I actually thought was kind of efficient. It's like acknowledging that this wider range of outcomes exists for him. But as we now get more and more positive reports about his health, about how he's looking at camp, about Puka, I do think it's certainly justified to pull him up there. And what have we been saying all summer? This tier of wide receivers, starting with Marvin Harrison, basically after Puka, injury notwithstanding, you go from Marv down to, Mike Evans and Malik Neighbors here. Like you shuffle those up however you want. I'm not going to argue with you. You want to put Cooper Kupp at the 1-2 turn? Go for it. You want to put Malik Neighbors at the 1-2 turn? You have my blessing. You think Devontae Adams just keeps doing what he's done for the past 7 years? Namaste. It's one flat tier. Live a little. Do what you want. Build the teams you want. We got my guy Tyler drumming up likes in the chat. Also, breaking news. I haven't put this event up, but Tyler will be my guest on the randomizer this week. That's going to be a Thursday PM show. I think we're going to kick it off around 7:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to run Tyler through the ringer. The writer's room is already off to the races. Got a lot of fun prompts cooking. I'll get that show up and that tweet probably posted tomorrow sometime, and you guys can get some suggestions in, and we'll see what Tyler can do for us all. Going to be a very fun and entertaining show. Soccer Dave was early on the 1-2 turd cup. Oh, got it. He's going to victory lap that too. I just realized, man, it's supposed to be my 100th draft on Wednesday Swolecast, and Soccer Dave's going to upstage it with all of his victory laps. Top 2, win it, win it. All right, we're about to pick at 410 here. We got Tyreek, Aiyuk, Neighbors. We continue to see Jalen Hurts falling in these rooms. You know, the AJ Brown drafter doesn't take Jalen Hurts in the 4th. They take Michael Pittman. I'm not going to take Jalen Hurts here. I know some people are more open to him unstacked. I just don't like it. We'll give the gift to the Devontae Smith drafter at 47. We'll see what C-Rock does here. I'm going to get my guy ETN. ETN here, just make sure there's nothing else I want to do, but I've been trying to get more ETN. And this is a nice price to do it at, you know, slides a little bit past ADP. So now we got ETN in the late 4th, along with our 3 early receivers, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, and Malik Neighbors. I think Johnny Wilson's on the menu. I mean, like, I'm not selecting her. Like, you know how Kerrane selects Ja'Lynn Polk just so he can take Drake May? I'm not selecting Johnny Wilson just so I can, or sorry, Jalen Hurts just so I can select Johnny Wilson. But I was on, I was completing some of my slow drafts this morning, and I had a Jalen Hurts team, and I took Johnny Wilson with my 18th round pick. I think I'll do a video on that in the next couple of weeks as well. My favorite scroll the F down candidates. I'm sure we'll talk about it on Off and On the Clock on Wednesdays on the Badge Bros channel as well. All right. What do we want to do here in this range? We could do Dalton Kincaid. We could do, I always take Keenan Allen. I've already done a bunch of like the Travis Etienne, James Cook stuff. I think we can take Kincaid here. I mean, Lamar falling is kind of interesting, but again, like there's just not much I want to force the naked Lamar stuff. Where's the Andrews team here? The Andrews team will probably get Lamar coming back. It's always funny to see how people who are trying to set up the Lamar and Andrews, I feel like it's 50-50. Some people take Andrews first. Some people take Lamar first. I know Pat likes taking Andrews first because then he's like, if I don't get Lamar, who cares? I still have him. But I think, see, this is exactly what happens. Then this drafter takes unstacked Lamar because he's like, oh, you know, 5 picks of ADP value, and then you miss out on it, which again, it's not the end of the world. But I generally think taking Lamar first and then seeing if Andrews will come back around, because then you have cover with Kincaid. Yeah, there it is. Andrews drafter down bad. Yeah, I'm light on I can get my exposures overlaid in here. I can go look real quick. I don't have a lot of AR. I mean, we can look at my elite quarterback exposures. Where am I here? What am I doing? Look at this. I'm all over the place here. Do we want to just look in Best Ball Mania or across everything? Let's just look in Best Ball Mania. My elite QB exposures are just not super high. I'm spread out at quarterback. So here you go. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Matthew Stafford. I don't know when that happened on Matthew Stafford. Jesus. Brock Purdy, Drake May, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts. I guess I am. Wow. That actually kind of surprises me. Jalen Hurts at 10.5%. Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields. What up? What up? Trevor Lawrence, Kirk Cousins, Tua, Burrow, Carr. I'm super flat here. And what is my Richardson? Yeah, 5.3%, which I think is about where I want to be. Slightly underweight. You know, if he falls to the 5-6 turn and I got something cooking, I don't mind taking him there. I did that stream with Jacob where we reached on Richardson, but not my favorite click in that range. I know it's a controversial opinion, but I don't see a ton of difference in the Anthony Richardson bet and the Jayden Daniels bet. And I would prefer the Jayden Daniels bet at cost, 4 or 5 rounds cheaper. Fading elite QB is one of your strongest positions this year. Yeah, but like by my standards, right? I mean, it's like I just showed 10.5% Hurts and I didn't even think I was clicking him that much. My Allen stuff is light. My Mahomes stuff is light. I've been boosting my CJ Stroud exposure just because anytime I'm now getting, Nico or Diggs on that early side of the board or Tank, regularly being able to get Stroud at like pick 82, 83, 84. I do that all the time. We actually see in this draft, Stroud goes at pick 61, which I don't like doing that with how much he drops because look at this. So this drafter took Nico and Tank. Hang on, I'm on the clock. Can't be criticizing someone else's draft right now. Let's see here. I'm going to grab, do we want to grab Brian Thomas and go with a second Jag? I've also been, you know what? I've been trying to get a little bit more Rachaad White. I didn't want to do the ETN with Cook thing because I've been doing that pairing a lot, but I have been liking to grab a couple of these, dead zone running backs and pair them in here. I've liked how my teams have turned out there. And Rachaad White isn't normally coming back anymore to 75. We'll see if I can get a wide receiver I like to come back here. I have such heavy Ray Davis and Bucky Irving bags. And I really like my positions on those guys. But I do want to be able to take advantage of their backfield mates. They're more expensive backfield mates, which is why I'm much lighter on them when I can get them at a good price. And so having like the best version of the Rachaad White teams with Bucky Irving bags is something I like. It is a bummer when like Brian Thomas and JSN don't come back. We now get a little bit of a lad fall because he's been banged up. And Keon Coleman does go. Yeah, this range got gross here. I mean, maybe I should have taken the wide receiver first. I think we'll grab a lad share here. I have been clicking Keon Coleman a bunch in this range. But we'll get Lad 4 picks past ADP. I mean, what is the latest on Lad? You just get to watch me Google News in real time. Hard to tell from this angle, knee or ankle, but appears that Lad is favoring his left side. I don't see an ankle roll here. Maybe just jams it or tweaks it. Early injuries. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. I did see that as well, Tyler. It's like I don't need anything to get me more excited about Bucky Irving and Ray Davis. But I talked about this with the video I did with Nez on the Deposit Kingdom. And, he was hyping up Bijan. Bijan is one of his most drafted players. Nez was saying in a perfect world, he would like to get to 30% Bijan, which is a massive stand. You have to be clicking him a ton at like 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, to be able to build up that kind of position. But he actually has more Tyler Algier than Bijan. And for some people that breaks their brain because it's like, wait, you just told me Bijan is your biggest stand. But what you're actually doing, especially when the other guy Algier is so much cheaper, is you were saying, I want to bet on this Falcons running game. And in the scenarios where Bijan doesn't pay off, it's less likely Bijan doesn't pay off because it's just the Falcons offense flops. I guess you could have scenarios where Kirk Cousins gets hurt and the quarterback play is awful. Even then, the volume should offset the efficiency. But the scenarios where Bijan doesn't have a solid season, it's probably because he gets hurt. And if that happens, you don't want your entire portfolio wiped out. You want the other half of your portfolio, other third or whatever it is, to benefit from that. So you actually have that kind of polarized position where then all of a sudden, all of your Algier side of the portfolio is going to be in really good shape. And so it's harder for me to approach it that way when I'm super heavy on the cheaper guy, because I'm heavier on the cheaper guy because I want to bet against the James Cook price, the Rachaad White price. But I also want to make sure that my entire portfolio isn't wiped out on those guys. Because if I am wrong about Bucky, about James Cook having bigger role, or sorry, Ray Davis having bigger roles, it means that it's probably a value on James Cook and Bucky Irving. The whole reason those guys aren't second and third round picks is because of the ambiguity and the presence of these rookie running backs. Could they eat into their workload? Could they steal some of the high value touches? Now we're going to price them in the 5th and 6th round. So having that mindset on like the drafts of this is a draft where Rachaad White doesn't seed any carries, and then you're also getting him at the cheapest price because you're way more price sensitive with the more expensive guy, is just the way I like to play it. So here's the team so far. Travis Etienne, Rachaad White, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, Ladd McConkey, Dalton Kincaid at tight end. The Ladd pick, just kind of with the injury, and I'm wondering if I could have gotten Rachaad White to come back, if I would have preferred the 2v2 there. I do think there's a tier gap after here. I guess the difference is like I go Brian Thomas and James Conner is probably what I would have done. So then it's like, which side of that 2v2 do you like more? Rachaad and Ladd, Brian Thomas and James Conner. I think in my heart of hearts, I'm probably Brian Thomas, James Conner there. All right, we are back on the clock here. Let's see. Jonathan Brooks has been sliding a little bit more. I love the Mostert and Tyreek pairings. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that one. I kind of want to see where Brooks is kind of falling these days after the, Canales comes out, says Jonathan Brooks isn't going to be ready until week 3 or 4. I think that's almost exactly to be expected, or what I've been expecting as a Jonathan Brooks drafter all along, but I do want to see how people react to that. I actually thought that timeline that he gave, and I think I mentioned this on Best Ball After Dark with John Boy, I think that was a pretty bullish timeline, because if he says weeks 5 or 6, it opens up the door for them to place him on the regular season PUP, which means he can't play the first 4 weeks. Then you're for sure losing those games. The fact that he said weeks 3 or 4 implies they're not going to put him on regular season PUP, and that they are going to ramp him up, similar to what happened to Breece Hall, right? Like Breece Hall was active. They just weren't loading him up with 20 plus touches right out of the gate. If we get that kind of trajectory for Jonathan Brooks, then his price shouldn't change much. The slow start was already baked into his ADP. All right, we are about to pick here. We see Chase Brown come off the board. Man, every single time I do a draft, Chase Brown seems to get more and more expensive. All right, let's see here. Jonathan Brooks is available. Looks like Jonathan Brooks got nuked in the ranks. I updated my aggregated ranks. Let me go see who's responsible for this. Let me go look at my ranks. Did ETR just nuke him? Oh my God, ETR nuked him. ETR nuked him to 105, pulling down my aggregated ranks. Sorry, ETR. We're taking Jonathan Brooks here. I can't go on a soliloquy about how Jonathan Brooks' price shouldn't change and that the slow start was already baked into his current ADP. We will be buying the Jonathan Brooks dip here at 99 over and over again. All right, so no quarterbacks. We got our 4 running backs: Etienne, Rachaad White, Raheem Mostert, and Jonathan Brooks. Can definitely pull off kind of that hyper dead zone, hyper fragile build out of the dead zone that I talked about with Jacob on that Deposit Kingdom video a couple weeks ago. And then we got our 4 wide receivers: Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, and Ladd McConkey. Our tight end, Dalton Kincaid. And then when we look at our quarterback stuff, we're pretty good, right? Like Purdy is still available. Tua is still available. Daniel Jones is still available. Herbert is still available. And Herbert's going to be a slider now. Kincaid's really the only pass catcher we have whose quarterback isn't available. So I feel good about how this team is shaking out as far as what I'm going to be able to do in the middle rounds, because a lot of times, and this is where it's fun to like see how those puzzle pieces come together, because a lot of times, if you do have a more wide receiver heavy build, you need those slots in rounds 10, 11, 12 to get those sweet 0 RB targets. But because I'm close to being done at running back, I'm going to want to use those picks on different positions. And so the quarterbacks kind of fit into that pocket nicely, where I'm not going to need the running back selections as much as I normally do on this team. Yeah, Tim is excited about the Brooks fall. Are we too low on Monty given his contingent value as well? I don't think so, right? Because how many players in that range going after him have similar contingent value? I mean, you could look at both the Steelers backs, both the Bengals backs, both the Titans backs. Like there's some monster contingent value for those. And I think there's maybe even a little scary of a floor on the David Montgomery standalone value. If Gibbs does take a leap, if they are willing to lean into him a little bit more as a bell cow, I will never disagree with the contingent value on Montgomery, but I think you're kind of paying a premium relative to some of these other guys. Like Aaron Jones going after David Montgomery is crazy to me. Like that doesn't seem like it should be happening. And I don't even think James Conner should be going after him. I think Montgomery should be going more in this 8th round mess. Like, I don't know why we've pushed him up ahead of all of these other backs where we don't even have talent concerns, right? Like, why are we not taking James Conner, Aaron Jones, Najee, Zamir White over David Montgomery? Yeah, that's a good question. Let me see the Chuba. Did he get a Chuba boost? Not a ton. They have him at 174. ETR has him at 175. All right, we are at 118. This seems like a Brock Purdy pick for me. He is the top of the ADP value, gets my stack here. Like I said, don't need running backs in this range. And the running backs are kind of picked over here anyway. Zeke, Ford, Chubb, Eckler. So this worked out well here. And then we're probably going to need to get a wide receiver here. I don't think I can keep punting wide receiver too much further. Where's my Waddle drafter at? The Waddle drafter doesn't have a quarterback yet. We don't have to take Tua on a team like this. And we have some later outs. We could get cheap Herbert. We can get cheap Neighbors, build out a secondary stack, most likely. Let's do, I take a ton of Judy. I know he's a little banged up right now. Let's get Adonai Mitchell. I think let's keep packing in some upside here. We get him opposite of Neighbors in week 17. I'm kind of calling bullshit on like the Adonai Mitchell slide. I mean, Adonai Mitchell is sliding because of the screenshots that he's running alongside Alec Pierce or hasn't separated from Alec Pierce. Like there are certain reports I want to pay attention to. The, rookie who is not, immediately running with the ones, and it's some dusty wide receiver who has had ample opportunities. Like Alec Pierce has had every opportunity to get a crack at seizing a role in the Colts offense, and he just isn't it. So I am going to politely ignore that, and I am going to build teams that I think are going to peak in the fantasy playoffs, and I will happily bet against Alec Pierce being what ruins the Adonai Mitchell thesis. Adonai Mitchell could suck, but if Adonai Mitchell doesn't hit, it's because of Adonai Mitchell. It's not going to be because of Alec Pierce. So I will, I didn't have a ton of Adonai Mitchell early on. And I have started to make him a bigger priority later. I think both him and Troy Franklin, I mean, the Troy Franklin prices are getting outrageous. I'm going to be buying the dip on both AD and Troy Franklin. Yeah, like the BC Johnson stuff feels very applicable for the Alec Pierces. I don't know if I agree with this. AD Mitchell should have always have been behind Downs. I know Downs is having an awesome camp. I think they're both pretty similar. I think it's kind of silly to say like one is for sure a much better pick than the other. Yes, exactly. That's what we're trying to say. AD Mitchell is Justin Jefferson. You heard it here first. Let's get the clip. This year's Justin Jefferson is AD Mitchell. Yes, there's an Alec Pierce Capal. No, it's just Levitan posting screenshots from the Athletic that Alec Pierce is running alongside or running ahead of AD Mitchell right now. And then everyone got scared. By the way, Levitan's going to be on ADP chasing today, so he can defend his Alec Pierce love over there. ADP chasing at 3:30, Sam Sherman, Davis Mattek, Pat Kerrane, and guest Adam Levitan. I think their pitch to Levitan was, hey, you know how you do that show Market Mondays and you do it in about 15 minutes? Would you like to come on ADP chasing and do the exact same show, but stretch it out to a 2.5 hour magnum opus? I think that's how they pitched him on it. I don't think Brady says, I don't get going for 80 in the 11th when McMillan, Yoshivis, Dortch are there in the 15th. That is a weird collection of players. Only one of those is a fellow rookie. I don't think those things have to be mutually exclusive. Like the price is the price, right? You can arbitrage every single player. Why click anyone? Just take the guy in the 18th round. I think we could have that conversation about Jalen McMillan. I think we definitely can say Jalen McMillan is still undervalued. I think injury withstanding, this is where we still grab a Herbert share. This is going to be a 3-quarterback team for me anyways. It is crazy to see how much the player pool is getting wiped out now. Like every player I click has an injury. Xavier Legette is now dealing with an injury, which has me a little spooked on him. We are going to grab Herbert. You know, Herbert and Ladd now. This team is basically the ambulance room. I didn't even get a huge ADP value on it, but there wasn't anything really jumping out to me. This is where we're going to just start pulling players up. I mean, we're going to be throwing ADP out in this range. We now have Brock and Herbert at quarterback. We got our 4 running backs, Etienne, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, Jonathan Brooks. Got our 5 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, Ladd, and AD Mitchell. Tight end, Dalton Kincaid. I was eyeing Cole Kmet there. Let's see. I could maybe do the Pearsall thing here. Because this team could get to 8 or 9 wide receivers. Probably going to be able to rock a 2 tight end. Look at Chuba. So Chuba goes 146 now. We could pull up. Yeah, I think we do. I think we grab Pearsall. Let's get that double stack. I mean, this is kind of a fun, or it might be a single stack if Aiyuk gets traded. That's kind of a funny pairing, Aiyuk and Pearsall. Because you're actually, for Pearsall, you would love Aiyuk to get traded. But then I lose my correlation there. Wow, Tim really coming after Davis here. Can we please stop with this Dortch crap? He is good at football. That's the part you're wrong. He's not good at football. He's maybe not good at fantasy football. I feel pretty strongly Greg Dortch is good at #football. That's the kind of funny thing too of there's always the like, do you know ball, folks? It's like, do you know fantasy football? Because those things are often very different. Justin Fields is the perfect example of that. Do you know ball? Justin Fields sucks, man. Couldn't hit a broadside of a barn. Well, do you know fantasy football, where he had 5 top 5 fantasy quarterback finishes last year? Man, C40 here wanting to get deep. Do you ever get draft fatigue or content fatigue? Not really. I think I do a good job. I don't draft a ton that's not for content. I have up some of my slow drafts. I've been wanting to do more weekly winner slow drafts. So I'm in like 25 weekly winner slow drafts because I think there's a big opportunity in that contest. But for the most part, like I'm only drafting when I'm really excited to draft or I want to draft. Like I'm just not doing the thing of like, I have to get 100 entries in this. I have to max the slow puppy. No. I'm not fucking doing that. Unless I'm really excited about it. The second you start talking about drafting as a chore, you have lost the plot. This shit better be fun. So I think that's one thing I do well. Like when I'm drafting, like I'm jacked up for it. I was getting excited for Best Ball Breakfast this morning. I did not do a draft on, I think, either Saturday or Sunday. And I was rearing to go. I was excited to draft. And then content, it's not that I get fatigued. I definitely burn the candle on both ends, especially in August. Like this is going to be my busiest month. We have a bunch of extra draft streams on ship chasing. We're doing all of our high stakes managed leagues. We're doing teams with co-managers. There's a lot of extra industry drafts. I'm trying to make extra videos on the Deposit Kingdom channel, but it's all fucking fun, right? Like I'm not going to complain about it. And then once I get to the season, it'll be actually a little bit more of a manageable thing. Like I am looking forward to the season. There's more of a rhythm to it. You don't feel like you got to be doing everything all the time like you do in July and August. But no, I'm very fortunate, C40. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. And by do what you love, it means taking running backs early and being forced to build out a gross running back room. All right, I need some more coffee. We are going to be picking here at 166. We got a 2461 cooking here. We'll see what C-Rock does. The quarterbacks, a bit of a quarterback run there. We have Kirk, Stafford, Watson, Levis all go. Gibson goes. I think my play here is Wandell. This is right at ADP. I think I would like to set up. Or we could set up the Hunter Henry. I kind of like Wandell on this team, though. I have so many rookies who could be off to slow starts. Probably should have taken Henry there. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. GC or whatever this user is behind me had no tight ends. Then I would have gotten the bring back on Henry, and then there were other Giants I could have done the double stack with. That was a mistake. I'm going to take the L. I'm going to hold the L right here. Mess that one up. I'm holding the L, folks. I need more coffee with my L. I think we can take Conklin here, though. Oh, fuck. He takes Conklin. Okay, I'm really taking this L. I'm really taking it. Do we just pull up Cade Otton here? We have the Carolina. We have the let's fuck it. Is there anything else I'm missing here? I'm not taking Bucky on my Rashad team. I'm not fucking taking DJ Chark here. Or maybe I should. Oh, man. Wow. Just a complete fumbling of that turn by me. Just a complete fumble. This guy clearly needs tight ends. I don't even know if Wan'Dale Robinson goes. Maybe this guy takes DeMarcus Robinson. Fuck me. Maybe I should have been drafting over the weekend, so I was more sharp right now. Maybe I should have. Jesus, Pete. Cade Otton. Ravens week 17 started. We got the poor. This isn't a bad idea. I do think Theo is a decent click. All right. Here you go, audio listeners. In my disgust, here's my team so far. Brock Purdy and Justin Herbert. We got our 4 running backs still: ETN, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, and Jonathan Brooks. We have 7 wide receivers: Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, and Wan'Dale Robinson. We got 2 tight ends here: Dalton Kincaid and Cade Otton. We have the fun week 16 stack for the Niners with our 2 Miami guys. Nothing week 17 opposite San Francisco yet. No Detroit. Justin Herbert. We don't have anything on New England yet, but we should still be able to get something there, I would imagine. Week 16's Denver. We don't have anything Denver yet. Throw this team in the trash. They're all injured, uncorrelated, dusty. What do they say? You got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet? Tyler says, hope Pete's lawyers don't send me a cease and desist for capitulating to chat's request for coffee ASMR on Best Ball Brunch yesterday. No, I will allow it. I've seen multiple streams literally titled Best Ball Breakfast lately. We're equal. We can spread the good word. My lawyers, I told them, can we copyright the word breakfast? And they said, no, you can't. I said, all right, then go with God. That said, the feds are at your door right now, Tyler. All right, what are we going to do here? Do we take Quentin Johnson at 190 just to fucking hate this team? Or we just take DJ Chark? Man. I have very little Quentin Johnson. I think I just do it here at this price. I think we just do it. Here you go. Come on down. I already said I hated this team. Why not just really fan those flames? Pour a little gasoline on this shit burger. They talk about landing the plane. They don't often talk about thematically landing the plane. What if the team is already messed up? Then you need to continue messing it up to land the plane. Quentin Johnson is fucking perfect for this team. Shawn will get me back on track. All right, what are we going to do here? Did someone take DJ Chark? Or should we just rip it in? I think we rip this in. I think we absolutely rip this in on the Chargers. Everyone is wrong. Everyone is wrong. Jim Harbaugh is going to come into the league. Justin Herbert isn't hurt. Ladd McConkey isn't hurt. They're not looking to wind football back to the 1940s and run it 98% of the plays. No, Jim Harbaugh has been getting lunch with Hal Mummy, and he's about ready to run the air raid in Los Angeles. That's what is about to happen. The what if, we just don't know. What if the Chargers have the highest pass rate over expectation in the entire league? Then this team is winning Best Ball Mania. 3 Chargers wide receivers. We have Brock Purdy and Justin Herbert. We have Travis Etienne, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, and Jonathan Brooks. We have Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, Ladd McConkey, AD Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, Wan'Dale Robinson, Quentin Johnson, and DJ Chark. Tight ends, Dalton Kincaid and Cade Otton. Where did Justin Fields go? Justin Fields at 184. That's impressive restraint by this room. I saw screenshots of people taking Justin Fields in like the 11th. Like the news broke, and it was like there was an extra reward on who acted on the news the quickest. Justin Fields in the 12th. I mean, it's not that the price is even absurd. Like if Justin Fields is starting week 1, he should be going higher than the 12th. It's just the mad dash to the app in your slow draft to select Justin Fields because Davis Mattek posted a screenshot of Dan Graziano hypothesizing that Justin Fields could win the starting job. That is what happened. Davis Mattek posted a screenshot of an ESPN reporter giving a prediction that got retweeted by Big Cat and treated as gospel by the Best Ball Bros. And I'm on team Justin Fields. I have 9% Justin Fields, a number I still think is probably reckless. But God, I love the broken brains of the bad bros rushing to act on the news. A Mason Tipton blurb, boom. Take him in the 17th. You don't know. He might not be there next time. Someone on Twitter tried telling me I was late on Jawar Jordan. I was late on him. I said, buddy, you can get him in the 18th round every single draft. How am I late on a guy I can get in every single draft? This team has punter fasciitis. Donating back to the ecosystem. Thank God this wasn't my 100th draft. Can you imagine if I wasted my 100th draft on this atrocity? All right. Are we getting any fun? Scroll the F down. So Yoshi Voss is a regular pick at 199. Greg Dortch goes at 198. Where's Brady in the chat? Brady's losing his goddamn mind that Greg Dortch went at 198. We're actually not getting the Galaxy Brain scroll the F downs like we got in that off and on the clock draft. I posted that one. Please let me land the plane, C-Rock. Let me land the goddamn plane. Thank you. This team needed Daniel Jones. It needed him. This team needed Daniel Jones. God damn, I think I fuck it. I like this team. I like it. San Francisco double stack, Chargers triple stack, Daniel Jones double stack, 4 running backs, slurping up the Dipperino on some of these camp fallers. I'm back, baby. I said I hated this team. I'm back. Screw you guys. My big genius brain just drafted the fucking Mona Lisa. Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Daniel Jones. Three guys who look like they'd be trying to dominate the beer pong table at a frat house. Where's this team? We're going to recap this. We're going to recap it for the audio listeners. Today is 8-5. I have to name it. This is Best Ball Breakfast. This is a 3-4-9-2. LAC, SF, NYG. All right. Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Daniel Jones. Honestly, Daniel Jones at 214. Oh. Travis Etienne, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, Jonathan Brooks. I do love that running back room. Hyper fragile dead zone. Hyper dead zone, as the cool kids in Canada are calling it. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Aiyuk, Malik Neighbors, Ladd McConkey, AD Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, Wan'Dale Robinson, Quentin Johnston, and DJ Chark. This is how you do a 9 wide receiver team. It's just like 6 zeros and then just like slapping. Like the dam is bursting. Okay? The dam is bursting. There's holes everywhere. And I'm just coming in the late rounds here and just like slapping gum. Plug that hole. Plug that hole. Please, Ricky Pearsall, be something. Please, Adonai Mitchell, beat out Alec Pierce. Please, Lad McConkey, don't be hurt. Just bam, bam, bam. Hold the line. And then tight ends, Dalton Kincaid and K-Dot. I will go to battle for this team. You guys can say whatever mean thing you want about this team. I will go to battle with this one. Go AZ telling the audio listeners to mute it. What? No, I think the audio equivalent of a mute is just, it's like you treat it like an ad. You know, when you hit the ad in the app, and so you just tap the like 15-second or 30-second fast forward. And they're just like, I can't listen to Pete recap this team. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, there's Shawn's voice. Pop, 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 pop. K-Dot really does round it out. Watch this team win the like regular season prize. And by regular season prize, I mean there's nothing. Watch this team be the best team of the regular season, get its ass spanked in week 1. Consigliere, I wish this team had Pitts instead of Kincaid. At first, I thought you said, I wish this team had Pitts instead of Cade Otton. And I was like, yeah, me too, brother. I'm not reading this comment out loud. All right. Shawn is going to be joining us in a second. He'll get us back on track. I'm going to load Shawn's ranks in here before we do this draft. I think ETR is going to give us generational Jonathan Brooks prices with this ranking. Be ready to slurp up the Dipperino, the Jay Brooks Dipperino. Thanks, Leone. All right. Oh, I'm so curious where I want to see where Shawn has Fields ranked. One sec. I'm gonna put this in my my spreadsheet so I can compare the ranks, the new ranks on Justin Fields, and then we'll talk to Shawn about it here. Okay. Let's see. Drum roll, please. Updated Fields ranks. Wow. Shawn's showing restraint. So ETR is at 242. Leg up is at 198. And Shawn is at 213. I don't know if Shawn moved him. We'll ask him in a second. I mean, the new price for Justin Fields is pretty clearly in the 16th. It seems like if you absolutely want to have Justin Fields, you can't wait much beyond that. All right. It's time for the best ball banana stand, guys. All right. RotoViz's Shawn Siegele joining me on the Best Ball Banana Stand, a show we do together every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, live streamed here on the Pete Overzet YouTube channel and broadcasted later on the RotoViz airwaves. Shawn, we had a fun weekend of news, camp reports. The draft boards are already getting shaken up a good bit. How are you doing here this morning?
Good. Yeah, it's been fun to work through those rankings, see where you think people should go, because there are a lot of situations where the current news is pretty clearly a feint, and there are plenty of situations where you need to make a few adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to real quickly check. Did you move Justin Fields in your ranks, or was he the same as where he's been?
I think I've moved him just slightly, but I mean, it sounds more like the Steelers are willing to play without a quarterback than commit to either of these guys.
I wanted to give you your flowers because I remember we had you on ship chasing early in the offseason, and you were just like, guys, once they put the pads on and once they see what they have in Russell and Fields, like Fields is going to be the week 1 starter. And that was a very contrarian take at the time. Like no one disagreed with you that Fields is a much funner, higher upside option, but it's like all the news, no, they want Fields or Russell to be the quarterback. And now we're starting to hear the beats. The national reporters say, I think the team might like what they have in Justin Fields more than Russell Wilson. I thought you were going to take your victory lap.
I think you've got to be patient. I mean, this will be a fun time to do it because you can't be wrong tomorrow probably. But
yeah.
I mean, I just always go back to when there's a massive talent gap, and we saw these two guys play last year, right? It was interesting, kind of working through the QB project that I put out last week, and some of the weirdness in terms of what has worked with Fields and what hasn't from a fantasy perspective. But I mean, the thing that you do get reinforced with is that, I mean, obviously he can run, and then he's been able to support some receivers, and then you get the Moore and Kmet breakouts last year. I mean, with Moore, obviously it's more of a secondary kind of thing. He's been awesome for a while, but by contrast, I mean, the Denver Broncos, after about week 5, went to the most conservative offense in football because Russell Wilson couldn't run the offense. And if the argument is that Russell offense is what gives him the advantage, then you're not going to get that either. So, I mean, they've almost talked themselves into a situation where it's going to be a problem to go with the guy they wanted because he's also not going to shine in a practice environment. So then how do you move to him? Well, some of the recent events have given him a little bit of an opening.
Yeah. Well, like you said, I don't think this story is finished yet. Russell has been out of practice with an injury himself, so we'll see what happens once he's back on the field, but certainly some fun ramifications for fantasy. Shawn, you and I continue to have a nice run of draft slots here. We got the 1-2. I believe last week we had the 1-1, right? We took CD first overall last week, was it?
We've had a couple. I think that last week we finally had one.
Oh, was it late last week?
At the other end, and so we got to build a little bit different. But I could be getting that in the wrong order. We've definitely had a very nice run of early picks.
Yeah, you're right. Last week we had the 9, and we did the Breece Hall Jahmyr Gibbs last week, and then the week before that was the CD Lamb at 101. So yeah, we are on the clock. CD Lamb does go. You have Tyreek Hill and Chase ahead here. Looks like a friends and family draft. What do you want to do here with our second overall pick?
Yeah, I think it's always good to go with Hill. At the same time, McCaffrey, when you're getting him at the second pick, and if you want to get some exposure, it depends on what your exposures are. Because I don't have a lot of McCaffrey, so I'm fine to go in that route.
Well, we went with the rankings here. We grabbed Tyreek Hill. I feel like we haven't made a Tyreek Hill team in a while. Last week we did the running back start. So let's get back to a wide receiver in the first. We'll let CMC slip to 1-3 here, and we can go from there. I know with Tyreek Hill, I think maybe it was I was listening to Gretsch talk with Leone about him. I know Gretsch has felt pretty strongly that Tyreek is just neck and neck with CeeDee Lamb at the top here. Are you still feeling pretty good about him headed into 2024?
Yeah, I think so. You get so many different types of things with Hill, and as many points as they have scored, there is still a thin scenario, but a scenario where they play even better, where they continue to innovate, the guys stay healthy. I mean, we haven't gotten still the full complement of snaps that you might get from Hill and Waddle. Now they're going to rotate out a little bit more than elite receivers do in some offenses, simply because of what they're asked to do. And yet, even with that being the case, they also miss some time because they're banged up. They stay healthy. I mean, Hill had a real shot at setting all of the records last year and kind of faded down the stretch. You might get the opposite of that this season. Ben and I like to go back and forth because I do think there's still a pretty meaningful gap to Lamb. And he was saying that after working through his projections, he had also gone a little bit in that direction. But I mean, you've got a pretty clear 1-2 with Lamb and Hill, and then Christian McCaffrey. And I don't think that that's not controversial. I think the interesting thing in the first round there is, what you want to do with Amon-Ra, with all of the target competition and just overall touch competition, what you want to do with Jefferson, with the quarterback play, and then just how high you're willing to take Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson, who really appear set up to score an astronomical number of points. I was really excited after our draft actually worked last week with the Hall Gibbs, because I actually got a little bit higher on Gibbs as well. Pete, I think you're muted there.
How does that always happen to me? Yeah, there has been some chatter about Gibbs lately from camp. I know there's he's been an interesting one. I think kind of similar to the HN, right? Where the Gibbs stuff, the ADP and the projections don't perfectly match up in a way that I think sometimes make people feel like he's overdrafted, similar to what happens with HN and some of these guys that are so efficient, so explosive, but don't necessarily have the volume. If you're only doing volume-based projections, he's probably not going to justify that tag. And yet the way these tournaments work in those single week spikes, it's really hard not to want Jahmyr Gibbs on a lot of your teams.
And I try to be really careful with Gibbs. He was, one of the prospects we've been the highest on like the last 5 years. And then he goes out, he looks very, very good. It's a different type of thing to make an efficiency play in round 1 than it is really almost anywhere else. But certainly once you get into rounds, 5, 6, and then, 11, 12, obviously. But, so I try and hold myself back. And yet the more that I've looked at it, the more I actually think that he's got a path to volume that works, which again, is what a lot of people are suggesting with where he's going at these prices and drafts. I think it's more than just that spike week play.
Yep. And Jahmyr Gibbs does go at pick 11 here. We do see Puka slide. It's funny because, this is what often happens in these drafts where it's like, all right, Puka's now week to week. Should his ADP drop? Basically, Gibbs and Puka just ADP flip from where they'll often go in drafts here. I know you've been aggressive on Cooper Kupp. The reports have been pretty positive with him. Is this Puka injury something you are adjusting for, or not really an issue, how you've been evaluating it?
I mean, I think it kind of, I didn't make a big adjustment in my rankings overnight because I don't necessarily think that they're going to flip in price. And so I think you want to be a little bit aware of, how you might, at least for a few days, might be able to play it tactically. I think they should probably flip though.
All right, we are on the clock here, Shawn. By your ranks, and it looks like HN. I don't know if you'd want to do the double Miami there, if there's another path you like at this spot.
I'm okay going that route if you want to. I think I would probably take one of the receivers that I have pretty high, whatever you feel like is the best mix of ADP and.
Let's grab Evans. We have not selected a lot of Evans together. Has he been boosted a little bit in your ranks? Or is that about where he's lived?
I think that's about where he's been. I don't think that I have clicked him. And so it'll be fun to get some Mike Evans here.
All right. Yeah. Because I do think like you have Diggs high in the ranks. I know he was going to be there for us at 26. So then we can kind of figure out who you want to do here. Aiyuk goes, so we could do Devontae Smith, we could do Diggs. We can go any direction here. HN does come off the board, but who would you like to do?
Yeah, Devontae Smith, I think, is interesting. I don't think he has to go with CeeDee Lamb. I mean, he obviously has a bit of a volume issue as well. And I do think that, some of the things putting together these Philadelphia teams are somewhat troubling from a projections perspective, somewhat troubling from a construction perspective with your quarterback. But with Hill and Evans, obviously we have some late plays built in there. With someone like a Devontae Smith, you don't need highlight plays from training camp to let you know that the guy is good. And yet it is still always fun when he's elevating up over defensive backs and people are like, we can't cover this little dude. So,
yeah,
I mean, he looks like the kind of guy who mid-career, no one's going to close on AJ Brown in terms of the ability to draw targets, the ability to, do things then with the ball in his hands. And yet, in almost any other situation, we'd be talking about Devontae Smith as this almost unstoppable alpha.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is fun, like you were mentioning, Devontae often comes preloaded on the CeeDee Lamb teams. Not only is his ADP correlated with CeeDee Lamb, but drafters are very aware of that week 17 matchup. So this drafter passes on Devontae to grab Achane and Aiyuk, who I believe are kind of slight ADP followers there. So maybe liking the idea of getting more of a unique combo. And then we got to get a uniqueness element in getting Smith paired with Tyreek Hill instead of Lamb. So I like that. The other kind of thing I like about these early third round Devontae selections is Jalen Hurts is sliding now a lot. In my draft this morning, the Devontae Smith drafter got Jalen Hurts in the late fourth to pair with Smith. And that seems like the perfect opportunity to grab your Jalen Hurts shares. If the AJ Brown drafter passes on him, often the other drafters in the middle part of the board don't want to take him unstacked.
Yes, you get that opportunity. I don't think that you have to take it. We talked a little bit about his ranking last week. I did actually move him down just a little bit to, make it work more with what I want to do structurally, more than any sort of criticism of him in particular. I know we've talked about it on the show. It's interesting because it hasn't necessarily shown up recently in some other formats, for example. But you look at those QBs in, what I've been referring to as the window. And I think we're going to get one of those guys as the overall QB1. So
wow,
with that being the case, it's hard not to be loading up in that area and continue to try and make sure you get your guys in the window. He does go to the AJ Brown drafter there. So that's not something we are going to have to discuss or determine today, and hopefully that pushes down some names we like.
Yeah, the other thing that's going to push down some names, Anthony Richardson goes at pick 37 to our guy Snatch Catchers, who I know is a ship chaser, RotoViz guy there. So we'll see what he's cooking up. Has Neighbors pulled up, so probably setting up something big there with that Colts and Giants week 17 game. We will keep eyes on you, Snatch Catchers, and Allen Hurts. Off the board here, we are seeing the tight end slide. Laporta, the only tight end to go off the board in this draft. Normally in our rooms, we'll often see 3, maybe even 4 off the board by the time we would pick in the late 4th round here. So we'll see what Jay Miller does from the 3 hole as we are on deck. And we got our 3 wide receivers. He does go Mark Andrews. It's funny because Kelsey is still behind. Would you take the opportunity to get Kelsey on this side of the board, or you still want to avoid there?
I'm okay doing it either way. And if you feel like this is a great opportunity, I'm all in on that. I do think those 3 wide receivers probably cover him up compared to what McBride is going to do. McBride's price doesn't make sense to me. But you want to do Kelsey? You can go there.
Let's see. Now we're going to get McBride. You know what? We got to stay with the ranks. The ADP bro in me, Shawn, is like, man, Kelsey not on a lot of Tyreek Hill teams, but we got to build the Shawn team here. Let's grab McBride, and you can have the last laugh when, Kelsey falls off the age cliff and is doing nothing for our teams.
Well, I mean, maybe we just take him in 2 picks here.
He does go here. We see a little tight end run. Andrews, McBride, Kelsey. The 101 goes Kelsey, Mahomes there from the 4-5 turn. Let's see here. Should we get which wide receiver do we want to grab here?
I think it probably leans to Keenan Allen. We've had some other teams with the other guy.
Yeah, and this is more, I wasn't sure if you were going to maybe, push for him just because we have more of a veteran team, with Tyreek Hill, Evans. Maybe you can sit on like the rookie breakout a little bit more, but Keenan here as our 4th wide receiver, giving us a really strong 0 RB start here. Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, and Trey McBride. I know we
should have gone with Travis Kelce. And then we would just have the oldsters for this one.
The old Steve. Yeah, exactly. How are you thinking about, because you are, very sensitive to kind of like the age cliffs and the potential breakouts, and can guys actually, finish and smash their ADP as opposed to just kind of delivering on their cost? What makes Keenan kind of an exception to you wanting to be way more youth oriented with your selections?
So when we're thinking about the age cliff, and I mean, obviously there's a lot of information out there. Blair, in addition, I'm sure some other people, has done some great work on this, and I think we'll have some more. His wide receiver series over the last week and a half has 5 entries in it now, and it's something I refer to all the time when I'm putting together my own articles to try and communicate information to people, but also just as I'm trying to always continually educate myself and think through some of the small things I want to do with teams. The thing that we want to look at there is simply, I think, the level of greatness and the level of play in the most recent year. And so if you are still getting those 2 things, and then you get a price that seems to look at that player as though it's almost guaranteed that they fall off. Now with Keenan Allen, you have a mix of things that are interesting, because that Chicago Bears team could have one of the greatest receiving corps in NFL history, and not everybody can catch the ball on every single play. So that's the other thing going on there. But I think when you get a player of that level, and we look at the guys who were drafted in round 4, for example, and it's not to criticize those picks, because there are ways those picks will work, but the quality of player is so dramatically different. And we think about the easiest rules of thumb to make sure we're building enough upside into our teams. We're generally looking at youth and guys who can take the next step. We're looking at the right structure that you need positionally, but we're also just really trying to emphasize taking the best possible players we can early, and then taking guys who have these really interesting wide ranges of outcome, but then with indicators that there is a better chance than normal that they would hit the top end of that once we get into the rounds where obviously we can't be as confident based on what they've done or what they did last year, those types of things. In round 5 here, I think we want to get the best player, and I think that we've done that.
Yeah, and the other thing too, and I know sometimes people will get caught up in things. What I love though is there is a coherence to how you have ranked all of your players in a way where, I was looking at comparing your ranks to ETR and to legendary upside, and you are higher on Keenan than them, and lower on DJ Moore and Rome than them. And so it's like that stuff is working in concert. Like the play you're making, it's not just treating each of these guys as their own entity, but how do those things actually work out? And in those scenarios where DJ Moore and Rome are overvalued, it probably means Keenan is massively undervalued. So I like when that stuff is all working in a way that tells a logical story.
And I would love to, be able to get DJ Moore and Adunze at slightly better prices to get more shares of them, to be able to play it so that you're really taking it through all 3 guys. But right now, I just don't feel like the prices are quite giving us that. And certainly you can end up being wrong. And, we obviously have been wrong. But looking at the profile of the players involved and then finding the guys who are most likely to beat their price in a given year has something that, over the last 3, 4, 5 years has allowed us to get some pretty meaningful wins. And so I think that way of looking at it definitely, at least gives you a shot.
So the drafter behind us only has 2 wide receivers. I think if we want to do a non-wide receiver pick, we can probably push it. Brian Thomas is here. Ladd, what do you like? Jordan Addison, Jamison Williams, who makes sense for this team?
Well, did you have a running back at all that you wanted, or you think some of those guys? I mean,
I think we can push it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go there.
I'm going to put BT in here in just the queue, just from the closest from like the ADP angle. If we do want to just go another wide receiver, we can. My thought was this drafter here with only 2 wide receivers is probably going to double tap wide receiver here or feel the need to. So I definitely like Brian Thomas in this range. JSN is a guy we click a ton, makes sense with Keenan. He goes 1 pick before us. Kenneth Walker, also a guy that's been a target for us, especially with Keenan teams, goes. And so then this drafter does grab Keon Coleman and Jamison Williams. And so that's why I was thinking now, if we do have a running back we like, this is the chance to grab them.
The JSN pick is a bit of a dagger there. I mean, I'd like Aaron Jones
Yeah,
with this pick.
let's do it. Yeah, Aaron Jones. It's crazy because he's been sliding. Like I took him at pick 90 in a draft the other day. I really like him here a lot, and it feels like, man, I mean, where are we headed with this Vikings team? A lot of injury, stuff with Hawkinson out. Who knows what the deal with Addison is going to be? Outside of Jefferson, like, isn't this team going to run the ball to start the season? A Sam Darnold team, like, yeah, we all want them to air it out, but if they don't have their horses to fully do that, I mean, it feels like we could get the Aaron Jones volume that we saw from him down the stretch for the Packers last year, where they're like, let's just give Aaron Jones 20 plus touches a game.
And every time that I dive back into or work through the advanced stats and try and make cases for other players or try to explain what other guys have been doing, I mean, Aaron Jones jumps out as a top 5 running back by talent. And so you look at where he's going relative to other players who are either just clearly not as good or they're similar, but have more competition. Now, Aaron Jones is probably not a guy who is ever going to have a huge number of touches, which, also makes his backup a little bit less relevant since that guy is going to play anyway. But you have a massive talent gap there. One of the things that does concern me is that this version of the Minnesota Vikings coaching staff has not created a lot of running back value. But then again, they were trying to do it with Alexander Mattison. So it's going to be a very apples and oranges type of thing this season in terms of what types of plays you can call. When you go back through and you look at Mattison from last year, what he was doing to that team, every single play when he touched the ball was just devastating for them, trying to move the ball, sustain drives. And so then obviously you have to get away from the running game. Jones gives them a completely different element. A couple of things I was trying to work through there is, where does it make sense to take Addison as we think sort of big picture? You and I've taken him a lot. We didn't necessarily want to take him again there above ADP. I've moved him down, but I do still think that he is undervalued. JSN goes right before us. The other pick there that I have that I can keep moving up, even though there are just very clear volume problems, is Jameson Williams, but he's a guy that we're trying to get mostly with our 49ers teams, of which there are a ton. So, I mean, he's an option so often, he's probably less of a fit for this particular roster. It made it a tricky decision there because Brian Thomas has not lit it up at Jacksonville camp, is my understanding.
Yeah. And it was too, thinking through kind of some of the dynamics of, like, we do have a pretty veteran heavy team trying to get some younger breakout upside in this range. Back to JSN, I've been actually emailing with Blair a little bit about him because I asked for his blessing to use some of his second year breakout research to make a video that I'm going to hopefully have out on the channel in the next couple of days. And I was saying how, like, a lot of these guys fall into very clean buckets. And I'll talk about some of those in the video. And if you read Blair's article, whether it's, hey, they just add more routes, or they flashed extreme efficiency in year one if they just get more opportunity, JSN falls in this weird bucket where it's like, he seems semi-capped on routes. His, like, efficiency in year one wasn't great. And yet there's so many logical ways to explain away why those things happen. And I think he's the perfect instance of, like, having to get into the weeds with context, what happened, the players around him, a new coaching staff, how he was used in year one to really pull out the upside thesis. But it is funny because of all the guys we're going through, like, his thing is almost like the least clean of any of those breakout candidates.
And if you want almost 6,000 words on that, you can jump over to
yes. I was going to say too, that was an opus. I was reading that and I was like, this just keeps going. I mean, how many words was that on the Seattle passing game?
Just over 5,500.
Wow. You are sick. But that your JSN love knows no bounds. You can spend an entire, I can't imagine how many days just writing about JSN every day in the morning. It sounds, it was great though. All right, Shawn, we're about to pick at the 8-9 turn. We got our 1 running back, 5 wide receivers, and 1 tight end. Seems like a fun time if we want to grab a Bowers McBride team. We got some running backs in the mix here. What do you think?
I think we got to go with Bowers.
Yes. We haven't gotten to say that, I feel like, recently. Normally in our rooms, he'll go early. So us getting him here right at ADP feels nice. So we get a Brock and Trey McBride team. And then kind of looking through our quarterback stuff, we do have some stacks options with a lot of them here. I know you have Caleb high. I think we've gone in both directions at times of whether we want to pull Caleb up as a selection. I don't know if we have to do that here. I think we could take another running back.
Yeah, I think a running back pick here is probably the way to go. I don't know if there's anyone who looks like a combination of rankings value and ADP value to you, but it's a good fit for Mostert.
Yeah. It's funny because my first draft this morning, I did a Tyreek Hill Mostert team, and we doing another one here. And I love that duo. I was talking, I did a show with John Boy Beats on Saturday night, and he was looking at all the battle royale data for the weekly contest last year, and the amount of times that a pair of Miami Dolphins, a running back and a wide receiver, appeared together in the winning lineup. It was like every week, one of Mostert and A-Chain paired with one of Waddle or Tyreek Hill. I just love that combo there because you can capture so much of the offensive upside through those two plays.
And we're getting a lot of reporting on just how good Achane has looked. I think that is assumed. And the reason that you're able to get Mostert here, if we have that massive season from Hill, there are some very mild ways in which you could cut against Mostert from a full season perspective. But in an individual game perspective, and as you're looking to build out this running back room that can get the total scoring, can get the spike week scoring, it's an interesting dynamic right now because I don't think you should be able to get both Aaron Jones and Raheem Mostert once you've done the other things that we've done.
Yeah. And it's weird in that, we saw, Mostert isn't that much more expensive than he was last year. And the thought would be like, well, you have this ascendant second-year running back who smashed, but it's like that happened last year. Like he smashed and Mostert was able to vacuum up all of those touchdowns. I actually want to bring another guy into this conversation along with Aaron Jones, Mostert, because I think James Conner kind of fits in this similar type of mold. What is different for you? I actually didn't see where you had James Conner ranked. I know you do like him though, but does he fit into this conversation of running backs you think might be undervalued?
He does. I think that his price is right there on the edge of, what works and what doesn't. And yet there has been, so much enthusiasm for what the Cardinals have done. One of the things that Ben and I have talked a lot about on Stealing Bananas is that they are undervalued in a lot of the various betting markets in terms of what that team is likely to accomplish offensively. Last year was very encouraging in terms of their run game design. James Conner put up some of the best peripherals, the best peripherals of his entire career. He's a 3-down back with the flexibility to give you the punishing runner, but he's also, he's not explosive, and yet at the same time, he is so intuitive as a receiver. He went through that stretch a couple of years ago where he was making almost an impossible one-handed grab every single week, the type that you only get from the very best receivers. To have a back like that, and the balancing that type of thing, we're getting a lot of excitement for Marshawn Lloyd. You have Trey Benson, I think, is a similar type of player where those guys just didn't take the number of touches in college that you would really expect based on how explosive they are. I like both of those players, but you've got to be aware of that as you're thinking about what they're likely to do as rookies. Conner could come out. I've made the case, and it's half serious, half jokingly, but that James Conner and Saquon Barkley's ADP should be flipped. When you look at what the actual thesis is for both of those players.
Yes. And I love how you could sneak that hot take in there, but it's not far-fetched when you do really dig into the numbers and the offensive context. Like if this Arizona offense is what we expect it to be, if Trey Benson is kind of as behind as the beats make it seem like. I mean, man, you're getting almost all of that workload and pretty exciting offensive environment, and probably no tush push risk either there. We're about to pick at 10-11. Caleb Williams does go right before us. We also lost Trevor Lawrence. So our quarterback options as far as stacks did get pretty thin there. What do you think our play is here?
I don't love any of the options. I think that taking another running back here, though, your preference would make sense.
I'm good with Singletary. He is your top ranked value. He is the top ADP value. Anytime I can get Singletary at a discount in a 0 RB room, I'm very open to that. So him as our third running back here at pick 119 feels pretty good.
And then did you want to go ahead and grab the QB to go with this team here?
Which one are you? Oh, Tua? Yes. Yeah. I think we should. There's rooms where I think you can push Tua. Like if we had Caleb Williams, it's like, let's just see if he comes back to us. I think we start to run out of, viable stacking options without him. So I like the idea of grabbing him here. I think that's a good call.
I usually like to set it up so that, as you mentioned, you can get him as a discount because you often can. And yet, especially when we also have Raheem Mostert, that portion of it, I think, gives you then a really high floor, a good ceiling for it. There are so many scenarios in which Tua now gives more value than what his price indicates. He's more of a round 9 value for us on this team. There also weren't any other selections that we had to have. And you can see that even, I think, with the Devin Singletary pick, which, as you mentioned, is a good ADP value. That's where I like to grab those quarterbacks. And certainly being out on the edge, there's less that we can control. It would have been fantastic to be able to get Caleb Williams one pick later there. We had a couple of times where, we lost JSN, we lost Chase Brown, we lost Caleb Williams. Those are very good picks going one spot before us. Yeah,
and it's the Chase Brown rise, he is a fixture now within the top 100. I actually thought there was a chance Caleb Williams was going to be there because the drafter not only had Lamar Jackson, but was setting up a Geno double stack, DK Metcalf and JSN. I thought they might have put Geno in their back pocket there and gone another direction, giving us Caleb. They don't do that, but I think grabbing Tua makes sense. And now we still have a decent amount of flexibility. We'll have to build out at least one more secondary stack here. I guess because we don't often take Evans, I don't think we've probably ever collectively drafted a Baker Mayfield. Is he ever on the menu for you?
Not if I can help it. But obviously, once you have Evans there, and one of the things I think with Evans is that you are going to get better play from the wide receiver 3. I mean, both of these guys could end up being very good NFL players, but Jalen McMillan was a better college player than Ja'Lynn Polk. And so that portion of it, while, there's always a chance it hurts Evans, it should help Baker Mayfield. And for as mediocre as he is, there have been some very big moments where he has scored well right at the right time for, getting your best ball team through a specific week.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's funny going back to how looking at the seasonal or the weekly contest last year, there were 2 pairings that would pop up all the time without the quarterback. It'd be the Miami running back wide receiver, and it would be Rashad White and Mike Evans. Those two, and they would never have Baker because it's they just captured all of the points. I guess it was similar to with the Rams passing game, right? You could have these big games from Puka and Cooper Kupp, and Stafford often still wouldn't be the optimal quarterback because it just seemed like his ceiling was always capped. So it is interesting to think through those offenses. And like you said, though, sometimes, and it is different from the managed league, right? Where sometimes our best ball teams just need those points. It needs those 20 to 25 points, even though ideally we get to the pods and we give us a guy who can go for 30 plus. But if those profiles and those guys aren't there, we might have to just say, hey, we will beat you with a high floor at our quarterback position.
I mean, Derek Carr is another. I mean, obviously not for this team, but just in general, another name where you would never pick him, and yet there have been some moments where he was the right guy. And certainly, if you need more quarterback points, it'll be interesting. The Saints have some paths. I was reading some positive Chris Olave reporting / puff piecing / what have you, and I do like being aggressive on him in the early second.
I'm going to get rid of quarterback here because I don't think Kirk or Herbert definitely could be a running back spot for us. You know, Dobbins is a big riser. You got him up high here. What do you think we do?
Yeah, let's go that route with how we have the team built. One of the things that Ben and I covered last week on Stealing Bananas is the fact that, I mean, you don't want to get too caught up in some of the things that a team like the Chargers is doing. You still could get the rookie later, but it's fun to think that Dobbins, even at far less than 100%, could be the guy, because then you're talking about, you know, a 7th or 8th round type of value. It's kind of a weird area again where
it very much is.
I don't love our options. So if you're seeing anything,
what do you think about just grabbing another running back in Algier here? This does not seem like a great wide receiver range.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. He's one of the guys that I've gotten to the point where I think has the most contingent upside of, you know, basically any back. And
yeah.
We all kind of hope that doesn't play out. But having Algier on your team, if it does happen, I mean, he ends up being a league winner.
Yeah, and we had some of the rookie running backs that we like. They just have later ADPs, chance we could potentially get them. But yeah, I feel like we're definitely going to have to get creative here. We got the 1 quarterback, 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, like pretty good at running back and tight end. And so it seems like our mission for these last 5 picks is going to be really building out some more of these secondary stacks along with our 201. We got 2 at quarterback, Aaron Jones, Raheem Mostert, Devin Singletary, J.K. Dobbins, and Tyler Algier. Our wide receivers, we had those 5 early and haven't added to it. Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, and Brian Thomas. And then our 2 tight ends, Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. So how do you feel about this with the 5 remaining picks?
When you go through the team, it's pretty exciting because it hasn't felt like we've had a lot of slam dunk selections today. And yet it also doesn't seem like you should be able to be that strong at running back, wide receiver, and tight end altogether. So, you know, there's probably not going to be the extreme upside team at QB. We've had a few teams that seem like they could just run away at the QB position, even though we didn't invest a ton. So, I mean, partly that's you're leaning pretty strongly into thinking that your guys are going to come through. But to have those other 3 positions look so good, and then to have the right QB1 with Tua, I actually love the team, even though I haven't felt like I've loved most of our picks. And when I say love, just, you know, there haven't been these moments where you felt like you won the draft with any individual selection today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some of those teams just come together perfectly, and you can go survey the board here. I mean, there's a reason we haven't been able to get back to the wide receiver position. You know, Judy goes 114, Polk goes 115, Adonai Mitchell, who I got in the late 120s, the draft before, goes 117. So there's definitely been a run on these pass catchers here, but I do think it sets up well for us to swing back now and load up on some of these other wide receiver and quarterback options here to land this team. And I did want to circle back to Dobbins because he has been such an interesting one. We talked about him a lot last year. It was absolutely heartbreaking to lose him after what looked like he was just going to be a smash pick, where he was going one of those, you know, dead zone heroes alongside Breece Hall and James Cook and ETN last year. And it does seem like everyone is afraid, like, are we really doing this again? And yet when you kind of zoom out and you look at what's on that team, what the Chargers want to do, how positive the reports are about Dobbins, how you can barely control F and find Kamani Vidal's name mentioned on these reports. And it's like, Dobbins looks like a really, really good pick right now.
Yeah, when you tell me that Vidal is buried, I'm like, that's not a huge deal, right? At this time of the year. When you start to get like these vibes that he might not make the team, you're like, well, that's not good. So
yeah.
You want to balance being patient and being delusional when it comes to some of the guys who, a couple weeks ago seemed like they made a lot of sense.
Yeah. And it is like, one thing we talk about too, and, people get sticker shock, but there is this range here. And I guess you could argue, obviously we weren't going to take Ty Chandler on an Aaron Jones team, but I think right when you get up into this range of the draft, the opportunity cost is almost gone. You look at the wide receivers, we now have some rookies falling because of injuries. Like, I do think this is about the range where ADP doesn't matter and that we should be aggressive with what is the new information we have. And Dobbins was not going to be a click we were making a month ago at pick 143, but the information is different now. And that price isn't really sacrificing or isn't compromising the quality of our teams. If you're pulling him up into the 9th or 10th round, now we need something else for him. But I think in this range, like, he does belong alongside these Dallas backs and the other kind of early season plays or contingent plays. I mean, he's firmly there. So Shawn, I was going to pull out or throw out a name. I don't see him near the top of your ranks here, but a Jalen McMillan on this team, he's been a riser at 176. That's just one name I would toss out. Is there another direction you see?
No, let's go with him because it does seem like we're headed in that direction. Sort of
and even
big
if
picture. There's another receiver that I'm kind of looking at that, again, it's just all of these picks have been in a very awkward range in terms of it's early, but then they're not going to come back. And so how do you want to build that element of it out, especially when you're looking to try and get another play? There's a guy who goes well with Devontae Smith too, but doesn't help us get to a quarterback. Right.
And that guy might still be there. I hate twisting your arm into the Baker selection here, but are you okay with that? To tie the loop on that double stack?
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll grab him. And then it kind of just, I feel like if you don't do that, then you're almost like kind of pigeonholed into like your last 3 picks have to be from like the same team. Like you're trying to land that double stack. Maybe it doesn't fall that way. Picking at the end at 215 can often be hard to guarantee that other part of a stack you want is going to be there. I feel like this will just kind of take the pressure off us in a way where we now can just graft 3 players we really like and don't have to worry about getting fully shut out with some stacks.
Yeah, and we don't have Bengals, if I'm thinking of our team correctly, which makes Nick's a little bit less interesting. Mims goes 1 pick after where we select Mayfield. That team is a little bit less interesting if Troy Franklin is not going to be a big part of it early. So, there are a variety of things there kind of in the direction you were talking about. For people who are interested in how that Justin Fields dynamic is working, he was also not going to be an option for us as he went before our picks there.
And that is the other thing. And like you and I saw you had Mims and Franklin, who we both love selecting all the time, but then trying to think of like, is this the team, right? Where we didn't have the Burrow, the T, the Chase Brown to kind of make that work. It seemed like a good opportunity because we made the Evans pick. Let's do the McMillan thing, the Baker thing. Talk a little bit about McMillan. You were talking about him relative to those other UW players who are going higher than him in these drafts. He's had a really good camp. It seems like he's constantly getting talked about by Baker, by the coaches, but yet you still had him a little bit lower in your ranks. Are you, where are you at on him overall?
Well, I guess I'm not that optimistic on the offense, and there is still the element where they're trying to chalk Chris Godwin up. Godwin's the guy I've always loved. He's not really a play for me this season. there was probably some bad touchdown luck last year, but I thought there were some elements that might, and this is going to sound silly. It's not really that it was going to be good for him that Tom Brady left, but there were going to be some potential target depth elements and some usage things that they could do that would counterbalance some of the things that you get when you lose a Tom Brady. I didn't feel like most of those manifested. So when you get to be talking about Godwin and McMillan and how they might help or hurt each other, I think when you have two guys as good as those starters, and then what projects as still a frustrating offense, it's hard to move him up too high. But it's interesting, some of the other names that go right around him there. I mean, we're definitely into the range where you can take in those types of players. But, go back to it. I mean, he wasn't that far behind Odunze when you look earlier into the trajectory of the three players. He was way ahead of Polk. It's the injury that allows Polk to take off. I mean, the other thing that you notice when you go through, so much of the evidence, I talked about it a lot in relationship to Bo Nix. Blair wrote an entire article about it. I mean, Penix actually had some very poor peripherals. And maybe that makes you feel better about all three receivers. I mean, maybe all three of these guys are going to go on to be stars.
All right, we are on the clock here. The Tolbert goes one pick ahead of us. We were both kind of eyeing him, I think. At wide receiver, you got Quentin Johnston, Luke McCaffrey's here. Talk to me quick. What do you like here?
Absolutely nothing. I mean, do you want to add just Dameon Pierce on at running back?
Yeah, let's do it. We have some correlation there loosely in week 15. I know we talked a bit about Dameon Pierce there. I think this team can definitely get to 6 running backs here. I mean, I think ideally, this team would have a third quarterback, with Tua and Baker. Is there something we can cook up here? We could do Daniel Jones and feel pretty confident. A wide receiver might be available there. Denver guys are gone. You could do Drake May and have a Patriots wide receiver opposite that Chargers stuff in week 17. Do you have anything there?
I would go with your preference of Jones and May. They both have that rushing value that is kind of fun. They both have generated some pretty poor reports. I'm just worried that May is going to hardly play.
Yeah.
And actually, I think we have an easier shot to get our Giants guy.
I agree
to
with
team.
that. You're probably with the Drake May, you're into KJ Osborne and Kendrick Bourne territory.
Because Javon Baker's already gone, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Baker. And then on top of that, we do have Singletary too. So we've already kind of made a bet that this is a functional offense. It doesn't completely come off the rails. It is funny to your point. It's like every training camp report, and I just saw this, Shawn, like an hour ago too. It's like Malik Neighbors making this incredible play. And then it's either Daniel Jones, underthrew him or something here. The one I just saw was they said Malik Neighbors stepped out of bounds on this beautiful deep throw. And I'm like, I feel like that might be the year we're headed to, where it's like just near perfection and Daniel Jones just slightly not making it happen. But I think at these prices here, our bet on the Giants, I feel good about that.
Well, it was interesting that we got Devin Singletary today, because one of the guys that I had a lot early, I know you had a lot early, I wanted to at least be careful of, because there are red flags and like we're talking about, this Giants offense may not score any points, but we're now very much back in the direction of, get as much Tyrone Tracy as you can. And so to draft Devin Singletary on a day where you're like, if Tyrone Tracy gets to us at the right price, we really want to look at that. It's like maybe you get the wrong guy, but big picture, you like Singletary at the discount, as you pointed out. I mean, Tyrone Tracy looks like a fantastic price in our draft here, just actually today. It's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that either Tracy or Estime, or maybe Will Shipley, would have made it to those points. I think I still have Shipley down a little bit to not get, too crazy with his ranking, but he would have been the guy actually in 16 there. When you're talking about Daniel Jones, it's interesting to read the reports from people following them versus what the Giants are saying about themselves, where they seem okay with where they are and feel like it's part of the normal progression.
Yeah, it's you show great restraint because like news on Shipley, and we literally drafted Shipley in like the 16th round in the first draft we did and back in, late April. And the
Well, I think
reports
that
have
like the first like 4 or 5 drafts we had him.
Yes.
And you're like, well, that's where Shawn has the rankings. I got to click on it. It's like, but it's weird, right? It's weird. It's like, why are we always taking this guy?
Yeah, but now it's like he's getting lots of opportunities. Granted, Barkley has been out, but just the fact that he is getting the snaps with the ones, like where the assumption would have been, hey, they're going to do the Kenneth Gainwell thing again. He's running ahead, yada, yada. If he's getting on the field really early, it's a pretty exciting play. I had to twist Pat and Ben's arm a little bit to grab him in our first slow main event draft toward the end there after a ton of running back. I mean, like Deneric Prince was gone and stuff like that. So I'm getting pretty excited about Shipley. I'm surprised you haven't boosted him, but you're showing some restraint in the ranks.
Well, Pat was only willing to take Shipley with me on our dynasty roster once like every other living running back had been selected. And then Ben, they have similar concerns, which is just that it's really not a good offense for Shipley's skill set. I think at a certain point, you still get, pretty enthusiastic about
Shawn, we're
what
on the
someone of that
clock.
talent can do. Did Hyatt
Hyatt
slip in
went.
there?
Yeah, our guy snatch catchers took him. You do have some of the Miami guys. Darius Slayton is here, but you haven't buried. What do you want to do here?
I would just take Malik Washington.
Okay, yeah, let's yeah, we can get another on our big Miami bet there. Yeah, no, I saw that too here. Our guy snatch catcher just had to take Jalen Hyatt at 205 there. Normally goes undrafted in a lot of these, although Hyatt appears to be having a pretty good camp as well.
Yeah, he's one where it's interesting to follow the news on that. I mean, my take on it has been that, Darius Slayton can get open. He's got elite athleticism. He's had some stretches where he's okay, but he's never truly emerged. And it's not that a player kind of with his profile couldn't be one of those guys who is a late breakout type of player. But one of the things that you get when you're following the team is that they really want it to be Hyatt, which, that's going to skew it very far in his direction. And Hyatt is the player who has the most upside for the team. I think he's the player who has the most upside for your fantasy roster. Some of the things he was able to do in his final years in college were pretty extraordinary. You wonder how much of the limitations so far are simply quarterback play. The speed there to get deep is extremely compelling when you're talking about in the 18th round. Unfortunately, he did not make the 18-11.
Can you talk a little bit real quickly about Malik Washington? I don't think we've drafted him together. I haven't drafted him a ton. I always like the idea of taking an upside crack on a rookie on a really good offense. What's the sales pitch on Malik Washington?
Well, Washington is a player who has these just extraordinary after the catch metrics, and he's going to be arguably a little bit of a manufactured touch guy, a different, body style than Malachi Corley, but in terms of the actual production, those two players were very, very similar, if not Washington being the superior player, and drafted in very different areas. But I would suggest that Miami has a better chance of making Washington somebody they can get the ball in his hands and run after the catch. That's something that they've been looking for. Their pieces beyond the big two were not able to do much once they got the ball in their hands. And they're looking for these guys to make the catch and then really run. I think Washington can do that. It's also a thing where he's probably blocked by Odell Beckham. And I don't think that you want to be making too many contingency-based plays at receiver. But if they have a receiver injury, and certainly it wouldn't work for this team if that receiver injury is Tyreek Hill. But he's a guy who would then absolutely go off. Should have been drafted earlier in the reality draft. Really a pretty big time prospect when you're thinking about things from a dynasty lens. That's not really what we're doing here, but if the last couple of years have taught us anything, it's that some of these late receivers, most of them are going to bust, but if you hit on the right player, it completely changes your best ball roster. And this was a team where, we kind of got pushed into the direction of making some of those plays late.
Yeah, so here is the team. I'll recap it. And it's funny, you'll hear Best Ball Bros say, that was a fun team. I feel like this was a weird team for us here, but I think we made it work. We had Tua, Baker, and Daniel Jones at quarterback. get up to 6 running backs. Aaron Jones was our first, and then we grabbed Raheem Mostert, Devin Singletary, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Algier, and Dameon Pierce. We have the 7 wide receivers. We had the 5 early: Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, Brian Thomas, and then tack on 2 rookies at the end: Jalen McMillan and Malik Washington. And of course, got to get our 2 stud tight ends there: Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. It's weird for this feeling like a weird team. It's a lot of things we normally do, right? 3 quarterbacks late, a 0 RB build, get that wide receiver firepower early, get our double, elite tight ends there. And yet for some reason, just the way it came together didn't feel as neat as it normally does.
No, it didn't. There weren't too many picks where we were celebrating when we got on the clock that we had the guy we wanted. I do go back to this sort of original feeling through 10, 11, 12 rounds where you shouldn't be able. So the issue with the double elite tight end is that you end up without the running back firepower that you can so easily get in 2024. And you look at that group now that I think is becoming very interesting, where you have Cole Kmet, TJ Hawkinson, and Luke Musgrave. I think you can hit a second guy there and get the tight end instead. But especially for where, I have these guys ranked where we like to take them. These were good prices today on Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. I don't think you would go away from that, certainly in this particular draft. And then I don't feel like we had those trade-offs at the running back position. So to have the 5 early wide receivers, to have the 2 elite tight ends, and then to get a running back group that should be one of the better scorers within the group, and then have Tua, and then, again, it's not that exciting, but you have the 2 late QBs to help get us through and then make some of those things work, give us some other options. And you have them as a backstop for during the regular season, and then you have an additional out as you navigate through the playoffs. The team is set up very nicely, even though, again, just basically no pick really popped out as we were going along.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. If you would have just told us you have a team with Trey McBride, Brock Bowers, you'd say, hey, nothing else matters, man. You got those 2 on the team. But I do like, one thing, the way we attacked the wide receiver, and I am glad. I know you're not quite as high on Brian Thomas, but just knowing we were about to go through a stretch of quite literally almost 100 picks where we did not like whatever wide receiver was available. So locking up that 5th wide receiver, which then gave us kind of the ability to go attack those other positions until we came back and grabbed a couple. And like you said, like different stuff, we get JSN over Brian Thomas, we get, a stack with Daniel Jones. We missed out just narrowly on stacking Trevor Lawrence or Caleb Williams with our guys. There were just these few moments in the draft where, especially when it comes to the quarterbacks, right? It's always a big hinge point of you get that stack, it's clean, you move on to the next thing. When you don't get that stack and you're really thinking, how does this team advance through the pods? How does this win in 15, 16, 17? It really narrows the amount of things you can do in a draft. I always feel constricted in that way because you're almost having to force or manufacture a late stack to make the thesis of the team work.
So we like how that element of it developed. When we're making the Brian Thomas selection there, how much of it is opening Trevor Lawrence? He is someone who you can often, my experience is you can often get him at a meaningful discount. Now it's usually on your teams where you don't actually want him. You don't have that set up. But do you like that with the Tennessee side of things being kind of weirdly priced and now losing DeAndre Hopkins? How are you looking at the rest of it when you're taking Brian Thomas?
Yeah, in our specific room, the reason that wasn't available is because there was a team who selected Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram there in the 5 spot. So they were always going to be hot for Trevor Lawrence there at 116. There are a lot of times where the Jags players are spread out, each on an individual team. You can maybe get him coming back through because he's not quite as much of a priority. I do. I do often think about the week 17 game stacks, but I'm not just completely out if I can't fully build it out there. I think, I do remember Tyjae Spears was on the board when we took Raheem Mostert, but Mostert just made so much more sense. And that's almost like the perfect example, right? Of like the correlation of Mostert on our primary bet of Miami is worth way more than Tyjae Spears opposite Brian Thomas in week 17, even though that's a very fun, week 17 mini correlation. So I'm just, I'm not afraid to miss out on those if you're having to force it to make it happen, I guess I should say.
Yeah. This, again, our pick was taken one spot ahead of us about 6 times in this draft. And
Yeah.
and that'll happen. I mean, you have to be ready for it. Considering that was the case, I love how the overall roster ended up coming together. I'm not as comfortable. I'm always concerned about just creating 2 holes and playing with like a 16-man roster when you're looking at some of those late rookie receivers who have almost no path to being a primary option. And yet these particular guys should have gone earlier in the reality draft and are just very good players.
Yeah. And I do think it is offset a little bit by, like we were saying, getting these veteran wide receivers. I mean, like really zero concerns about, early season from Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen. I think the hinge point for this team is getting production from Brian Thomas, right? Like we are going to need him probably early and often in this build. And then of course, just our main stack staying healthy there. But yeah, Brian Thomas does feel like the biggest hinge point to this team. And, the JSN build would have given us more avenues, would have given us the Geno Smith out. It would have opened up a different way to play this team. But, you get punched in the mouth and you adapt here. And that's what we do on the Best Ball Banana Stand. Sometimes we build the juggernauts. Sometimes we build what the room gives us. Shawn, I know you have a ton going on at RotoViz. You alluded to the mega article about the Seattle passing game. So if you want to listen to Shawn really dig into that, I highly recommend that. Any other article teases that people can look forward to?
Yeah, so I've been promising almost an article a day. I've been pretty close to that. The 2 articles that came out Thursday and Friday, I believe, combined to go over 10,000 words, which made it a little bit more challenging. But we'll have my favorite dynasty plays, the early round. I think early rounds ADP is pretty tight, right? I think there are 3 plays that allow you to crush your super flex dynasty startups. That will probably be out later this afternoon. And then, as we mentioned, Blair has been on an absolute rampage. We still have our training camp discount going for you guys. We'd love to have you over there. We're having a lot of fun.
Awesome. Definitely check that out. And like I said, I'm going to have a video out on the Deposit Kingdom channel this week looking at some awesome RotoViz research on these young breakouts, rookies, second-year guys. What are the things we should be looking for? What kind of screener should we be applying in drafts to be more picky when we're selecting these guys? Shawn, this has been the Best Ball Banana Stand. We will see you next Monday for another draft. All right. And coming up next, we are, of course, going to have Pat Kerrane from Legendary Upside. And I just want to mention here, we got a lot of new people tuning in. It seems like the best ball, enthusiasm is building here as we enter August. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. I do these 4-hour mega live streams every single Monday with our regular guest, Shawn and Pat, and then a rotating special guest. And because we might actually have some new people to Underdog, I know I get a lot of comments from the redraft players over on the Deposit Kingdom channel. You guys can join us on Underdog with promo code Pete. You can get up to a $250 deposit match. So if you put in $500, you'll get an additional $250, but that match is up to $250. So you can do anything you want there with promo code Pete. They'll also give you a special pick'em entry as well. And without further ado, let's bring on Patty Millions. Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the 1s and 2s.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, Kerrane, August 5th, news flying. You guys are going to have your work cut out for you on ADP chasing today at 3:30. How are we doing?
Doing good, yeah. It's a wild time of year. I finally got some writing done though, so I'm excited about that. Got an article out this morning on the running backs in round 7 through 10. So people want to check that out. But yeah, we'll be adjusting the rankings a lot today.
Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to read that article yet, but it's it's going to be an interesting time for that range of drafts. I mean, that's where we'll probably see the most movement. It was last year when we were seeing the James Cook, the Javonte Williams, even the Kamara stuff was all in that range. Like that's where there's the room for movers here, whether it's the rookies, whether it's people getting more confident in the projection for guys like James Conner. But did you have any kind of like macro takeaways about that range in your article?
Well, my macro takeaways, it's like we still got to pick the profiles that are the right profiles to target. And I think especially because we're probably going to, that range is going to break up a little bit to your point. So there's certain guys who I've, like James Conner in round 7. So I'm writing it round by round because, as is typical, it went on a little long. So I decided to break it up into 4 parts. But the round 7 article, I identified James Conner as a probable riser, even from here. He's already risen. I think he could rise more. So I think trying to stay ahead of the guys who you like and will move up is one way to try to, build with that in mind.
Yeah, and we can talk through that range of the draft when we get there. I hopped us in to a Best Ball Mania draft. I said it at the top. I mean, I'm just running unbelievably pure on draft slots. 1-3, 1-3, and 1-2 today. So Pat, you and I will be able to lock up a top option here. But man, the influencer early picks are flowing like the salmon of Capistrano right now.
I don't mind the back half of the board. I do not like.
I don't
12
either.
Pick, but give me the 11. I mean, you're getting one of that top tier that we all like. So
yes, I'm just calling it out. I keep getting these. I'm with you. I don't mind the other ranges of the board as well. And now too, like the back end, now you're starting to get some Puka discounts because of the week to week stuff. So like there's even more opportunities popping up there than there were, a week ago.
What the fucking this fucking guy
what?
in the chat says if Pat was a character, he would be Randall Weems from the show Recess. So then I just Google Randall Weems and it is not a compliment.
What? Let me look this up. Don't worry, I put CeeDee Lamb in the queue. Jeez, that's a tough thing.
Tough.
Wow. I mean,
I see it. Come on, chat.
Wow. I mean, I generally don't pull it. If someone makes a mean comment about a guest, I'm not running to pull it up. But if you want to call it out, I will pull it up for you, Pat.
That was pretty. Oh my God. Spot on. Come on, man.
It is like some people who should see if you need to see the other, like the more like windswept, sun-kissed version of Pat, you can become YouTube members on the Ship Chasing channel and watch one of our mini-sode episodes where Pat was in wine country broadcasting from the porch of the villa. And then
like this.
Yeah, do we have to add a Patty Weems to the lexicon here as well?
Jesus. There's something in the eyebrows I could see. Spitting image.
I don't know how you come back from that.
Well, to change the subject, I got my best ball breakfast mug.
Ooh, there you go. Ready to go here.
Ready to go.
Yep, we got the we didn't get to discuss it, Pat, but we did get CeeDee Lamb. I think it was last week we had the 101 and took CeeDee Lamb with that pick because I was showing you my exposures on CMC to CeeDee, and I think I've finally done a good job of getting my CeeDee exposure and BBM back up to CMC levels.
Nice. Yeah, I just kind of want to be even among the top guys. Nothing too exciting on those top picks.
Yes.
If they trade Aiyuk, by the way, like passing on McCaffrey at the 1 is not going to feel fun.
Well, Shawn and I passed on him at the 2, so. I kind of see what you're saying. I think that just like in general, but it's like, I don't know. The way I view the Niners offense is just like, I don't care what the situation is. CMC is going to get his. And I feel like more of the shuffling, it trickles down to the pass catchers because it was like every week last year, CMC gets his and then one of the pass catchers pops off. I guess it's like, is there even extra volume that CMC can realistically get?
Kind of. because if they get in situations where they have to pass, they normally fight that and stay balanced and keep CMC involved. But, if they can't lean into it in a real way and they kind of have to manufacture a few more screens along the way for CMC, like that's meaningful.
Yeah.
I think just
it
locks him in even a little more, maybe.
Well, and especially, as in the chat here, Andrew says if they trade Aiyuk, aren't Debo, Kittle, and Pearsall all smashes? Like there are scenarios where like Pearsall just isn't ready, even with that trade, and they got like Jawan Jennings out there, and they are saying like, okay, like this offense is now CMC, Kittle, and Debo, and nothing else. I guess I could see that, but yeah, I took Pearsall in my first draft this morning. His ADP doesn't seem to really be budging. Do you think it is kind of a good time to maybe continue to click Pearsall at ADP in case this does happen?
Yeah, I raised Pearsall like 20 picks.
20 picks. Okay.
I have Pearsall. So I raised him like a lot more than that actually, but the ADP cap kicked in. And he comes in the ranks, 15 picks above ADP, in our current ranks, which is something I changed over the weekend. So
yes,
I just don't see like why you wouldn't go after Pearsall now with a pick that's not going to be devastating if you get like 1 or 2 weeks out of it. Right. Like if he has one big week at the end of the season, he could pay off like a 140 ADP, no problem. Maybe not pay it off, but you'll survive.
Yeah.
If Aiyuk does get traded, I mean, it's just like he could rise another 40 picks from there.
Yeah. And that range is getting like wiped out now too. It's like a dead zone for wide receivers there. Speak of the devil, Brandon Aiyuk here, Neighbors, Evans, Devontae Smith. What do you want to do?
Probably Neighbors.
Yeah, let's do Neighbors and see what comes back. I was just looking at comparing the rank stuff, and yeah, you guys are at 137 on him. ETR is at 142. Shawn's at 160 on him. But yeah, that's still, you guys are a full kind of round ahead on ADP there.
Yeah, I mean, he's the clearest one, and I'm actually going to raise Kittle a little more. I'm going to raise Debo a little more today, but that's where, obviously those guys benefit a lot. But I mean, Pearsall's like whole situation sort of changes. Like his path completely changes. It's not contingency anymore. It's how can he get up to speed? Like how good of a fit is he in the offense?
Aiyuk, Devontae here, something more spicy.
Well, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Aiyuk at this point?
I still like him as a click, but I'm also fine with the Devontae. See if Hurts comes back, you get the 17 correlation. I don't know.
Yeah, let's do Devontae.
It's been in my first draft this morning. Devontae fell all the way, or Hurts fell all the way to that drafter. In the Shawn draft, the AJ Brown drafter took him, but I kind of like taking him at this spot, just seeing if you can get it.
Yeah, I like it too. And then you have the Dak. It's nice with CD because you have the Dak out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of torn on what to do with Aiyuk because a lot of the spots he goes to are not going to be all that fun. Although, like, if you were to go to the Commanders, I'd be kind of into that.
Right. Yeah, because I was trying to remember it on Best Ball Bracket. It was like Patriots, Steelers, and who was the third team that was the other rumored team from the most recent one?
Well, there was Browns were mentioned at one point, but
it was Browns. Yeah, I just found the tweet I was trying to find. It was this. I don't know how reputable this guy is. I haven't heard of him before. Cam Marino. He said the Patriots and Browns are the front runners in trade discussions. Per league sources, both teams are offering more than $30 million, though the Steelers are also in the mix. This should come down to the Patriots and the Browns. Yeah, I guess it is interesting thought experiment with those three teams. Like, what should his ADP be on each of those three teams?
Like pretty. Yeah, I think lower on all three.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Probably
there was
like
kind of a
mid
period,
third.
probably
Yeah.
mid third. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you probably take DK Metcalf over him. And then once you get in this DJ Moore, or I guess I should say George Pickens tier, now that George Pickens in this draft with 32 overall. I wonder, man, is Shoe Stork setting up the the round 13 Justin Fields selection here?
Pickens is funny because he might be a big riser post Aiyuk trade, because I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the market wanted to take him mid third the whole time and had been chilling out because of the Aiyuk stuff.
What? Oh, worried that Aiyuk is going to go there?
Yeah, like if he goes to another team, then Pickens just becomes a mid third pick immediately.
Yeah. I could never get inside the mind of the market. Like there were during some of those times where I think it was one of our drafts when those rumors were heating up, someone took Debo and Aiyuk at the 1-2 turn. And I was like, are they taking them hoping for a trade? Like I could never tell what people were hoping for with the Aiyuk selections.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's saying Steelers in the chat. We can't have the Browns. The Browns is a disaster.
Is this our source? Davis thinks Aiyuk is a Steeler. If this is the source we're going,
look at Davis's most recent tweet. I swear to God, if he tweeted out Weems, I'm gonna lose it.
Brandon Aiyuk leaving California and posting in Steelers colors. He just deleted this post. Oh, okay, that's actually
pretty good.
California, it's been real.
Man,
that's wild. That's about as much of a smoking gun. I take it back. Davis is fucking the Brian Windhorst, the Shams of fantasy football.
Yeah, Davis is an insider.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, he looks like a Steeler.
All right. Davis says Aiyuk to the Chiefs for Sky Moore. I think he faked this. Oh my God. Can someone get to the bottom of this? I can't handle this news whiplash. These AI deep fakes. It's a pretty good Photoshop.
But who faked it? Davis?
This could just be a photo and then someone just layered on the California it's been real. I hate that I just got had by this. I'm so mad.
Davis just posting disinformation.
Davis wanting the views? No shit.
Yeah, see, I'm used to, if it Davis photoshopped it, I'm used to him with this face on it.
I know. I love it. He's now posting his audio from his mega streams, and I'm on the cover of his podcast album art now.
Are you?
Which always catches me off guard. Yeah.
I like that picture. I think is Davis. Like that's not
yes.
you to me at all.
It feels like it's Davis doing me doing Davis at this point. All right. So Hurts did go. We are on the clock here. We of course got the tight ends. We can try to pull off the Lamar Andrews thing.
I think we should do Andrews.
Yeah. Let's do Andrews here. So we got CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, and Devontae Smith to start. Yeah, some other interesting ADPs in this room. Rashee Rice went 44. I haven't seen him in the 4th round, I don't think. But yeah, I guess other than that, we're on business as usual. The drafter at the turn scoops up Trey McBride. And we'll see if we can complete that stack there. He goes Christian Kirk. So we get to land this one. Have done this a few times. And always feels like just the nutted start. Lamar, Andrews, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, and Devontae Smith.
That's just such a nice start. It's crazy that it's available. And it becomes more of it like, it's a beautiful thing where you can't really stack Lamar until you go Bateman, Tez Walker late. It's not that fun. Someone on Twitter was like, I think you should take Lamar first because you always have the back door. I strongly disagree. I think you grab Andrews, 3 wide receivers plus Andrews is a 6 start full stop. We have Dak outs, right? We can build out late quarter. There's lots of late round quarterbacks I like this year. So it's just you can't get pushed into a situation that's bad when you take Andrews. Having to now backdoor stack Lamar with like Bateman and Tez, it's just not that fun. And now you're to that. So yeah. And I'm getting this a lot.
Yes. The other thing that did change is, Andrew's ADP, and maybe someone could check the chain on this to make sure I'm not making this up, but his ADP now is like firmly tethered at the 4-5 turn. There was a stretch there where he was more early fifth. Yeah. And that's when I thought it made a little bit more sense to go Lamar first, just because people were taking Kincaid, McBride over him, and he was sliding regularly to the mid-fifth. That's just not happening anymore. And so, yeah, I'm with you. You take Andrews. If someone snipes you, you live with it, and you still have a really good start to your team.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it also sets up like the guy out of the one hole. He's now like Lamar is now worth so much less to him if he's thinking the way that we're thinking. So he goes McBride Kirk, which is like the correct move. Like when I'm in the one hole and someone takes Andrews, I'm like, well played. Like I'm not taking Lamar. Like I wanted this, but now you have it, and I'll have to figure out something else. So rational, I think. Now you will get sniped. People will blow it up, but it does. The rational move when someone takes Andrews is to then let them have it, as shitty as it feels.
Well, in the least shocking news I've ever heard, Nick says, Pete, we're finding out that Davis himself got tricked and posted it as well. Quite possibly the least shocking thing I've ever heard.
Oh my God. I kind of knew it. I knew it that it was.
I should have. Yeah. It was like it's been real. How the fuck did I? Steelers emojis.
Oh my God. The AI summary in YouTube chat says chatters are debating whether Davis is spreading misinformation.
Davis should be spending his time hacking the YouTube algorithm, not the fucking Twitter algorithm.
Man.
Yeah, never forget when Davis rushed out. I mean, it was just like the triple whammy of the schedule comes out, everyone's getting their correlation, conditionally formatted charts ready, and someone posts it in the ship chasing channel, and Davis rushed to post it on Twitter to get all those first wave, and then there's like 3 typos in it. I think he left it up too because the engagements were just too good.
He's just too good.
It was wrong. Well, this is also the least surprising thing. Davis admitted he was accidentally spreading misinformation. Davis will take the L quickly, but he's not giving up those engagements.
Right.
Those he takes.
The post stays up. He will issue an apology for the post that's staying up.
Someone give Davis a job, please. Did you interview Davis to work at Legendary Upside?
We had a couple of rounds of interviews. We brought him in. The team fit was that's a little tough. No.
All right, we are on the clock here. We definitely have some receivers. Mixon would have been a fun slide there. He doesn't come back. Definitely feels like a wide receiver pick. I don't know. The Lad stuff with the injury, not as hot on right now. Anything else you like?
I mean, Lad is probably who I would take, to be honest. But I'm down for any of these other guys. Thomas, JSN.
Let's just do something. We got the bye week overlap. I mean, I think Lad is going to start to slide, like with the injury stuff, and we can still. No, Lad's injured too.
Oh, Lad's injured too. Okay.
Yeah, it's the double whammy. I took Lad in my first draft this morning too because I was getting boxed out on wide receiver, but
all right, I was behind on that. When did that?
It was recent. I think it was yesterday. We could do
nothing on Roto.
One sec, Pat.
We'll click on Keon and see if you got.
Do you want?
Are you 100% sure Lad McConkey got hurt?
Yes, misses practice after Saturday's exit. We could do James Conner, who I know is a riser. We could grab Keon Coleman.
Conner's cool.
Okay. Been trying to get a little bit more. This is ahead of ADP, but it's like it's not coming back. And let's grab him here.
doesn't look like Ladd's actually hurt, people are saying. I mean, he left, but it doesn't seem hurt.
Yeah. It's been happening. I just think, I don't know, maybe I'm projecting my own bias of not loving Ladd, but like on top of that and seeing him drop in these rooms, plus the Herbert injury, it just like, to me, the whole selling point of Ladd is that he's going to earn volume right away. And anytime you layer on injuries to a rookie, injuries to his quarterback, like that thesis gets, I think, narrower and narrower is what I'm feeling with him.
Yeah. That feels like maybe you just don't like Ladd because he's been repping with the starters since like day one. He got like called out by Jim Harbaugh a week ago for like his route running being like basically really ready. He doesn't just play in the slot. He's been rotating outside. So as long as he's healthy, I think he'll be out there for like a lot of routes his very first game. And then Herbert, I mean, isn't expected to miss any games. So as of right now, it seems like we're still kind of just we're on course for what we were hoping. And then to me, the other appeal is, I mean, he's a rookie, so we just don't know how good he is. It's possible he's like really, really good at earning volume. That's like if he hits, it's because he's just like getting open at will, like 11 yards downfield. That's like his potential, to be a winner, a league winner. So I don't know. I haven't really. I know it's not like ideal with Herbert dealing with the plantar fascia thing, but it's still like as long as Herbert's not going to miss any games. And unless they trade for Aiyuk, I think we're good.
Yeah, and I disagree with this when you say the injury scares definition of week one brain. When you are taking Ladd at these prices, the 6-7 turn, you need early season production. This isn't the Devontae Walker. This isn't the Jalen McMillan where you can bank the KJ Hamler, the Tyquan Thornton, the one touchdown in week 16 and like pay off the cost. Like they have to do more here. And
I don't think you need early. Like think about Garrett Wilson's rookie year. Like he didn't really come on until like
that was a 12th round pick. That's my point.
He went 9th round, I think.
That's still like, he was a 12th round pick on Underdog for the entire BBM cycle. Maybe he went up at the very end, but he was a 12th round pick.
Well, I guess what the reason I bring him up is not because he went here. He definitely didn't go here. But wouldn't he have been an absolute smash here? Like I guess you don't need early season. You don't.
Yeah, but again, it's
not
apples. They're such different prospects. I mean, Garrett Wilson, different draft capital, different echelon of college production. Like that's just such a we're making so many like exceptions for Ladd. Like who he is as a prospect, this offensive environment. Like, I mean, we're now drafting Quentin Johnson at like pick 200. Like, I mean, like no one wants anything to do with this passing option.
He was a second round pick. Second round pick, immediately working with the starters, immediately has a connection with Justin Herbert, and his game is that he gets open, and they need to replace Keenan Allen. I don't think we're making excuses for this guy. I think
I'm saying that his price should drop a little bit in conjunction with his quarterback being hurt and him continuing to miss practices. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think Keon Coleman is a better pick than Ladd McConkey right now.
I think that's a reasonable argument. Coleman's had a pretty good training camp.
And like in this draft, like Dobbs went after him. Like, that's pretty crazy. Or sorry, no, they went right before. Like, I think where he went in this draft is like perfect. Like you take Keon, or sorry, not Dobbs. Jesus, I thought that was Roma dude say. Romeo Dobbs.
I was like, what is Pete saying? Did you see like on my face after you said Dobbs went ahead and that's good? I was like, what the hell's going on?
I was like, I could not fathom Romeo Dobbs there. I thought it was Roma dude say. All right, let's look at running back, wide receiver here. You've been wanting to get more Chase Brown. This is the price you have to pay to get him now. Yeah.
It's good. It's good. I'm into it.
No, I think there's a lot of Ladd bag defenders who had been taking him much earlier that are holding the line. I don't think he's a bad pick. I just do think the price in the bet has just continually gotten just like slightly shakier. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I think it hasn't gotten shakier. And people
you have your head in the sand. If he's missing practice and his quarterback, there's ambiguity about his early season return.
I mean Herbert's expected back mid-month.
Moss. You could double tap Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard.
Robinson is cool. I like Robinson.
Yeah, let's
I
do
also
Robinson.
would be into Pollard if you want to do that.
I guess we have a slightly more correlations with Pollard with the
Jacksonville.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's football, so people are gonna like miss practice and stuff. As long as he's not actually hurt, I'm not worried about it. Foot injuries can linger, Dave says. That's true. And his quarterback dealing with an injury, that part does have me like a little bit, okay, give me the discount. Like, to me, the way I'm playing Lad is I'm trying to push him around the turn a little bit more. I'm breaking ties to like Deontay Johnson.
Yes.
Especially if I need the receiver point. Like if I have two receivers to that point, I'm taking Deontay and pushing Lad
Deontay
around.
is what people would be doing cartwheels for if Lad becomes.
Well, sure. But I think Lad can smoke Deontay as a best ball pick because of the end of the season stuff. Like if he's really good at the end of the season, he's got Herbert. Deontay's still stuck with Bryce, and Deontay's not taking another level to his game. Deontay's Deontay. So maybe Bryce takes a step up, but I guess I'd rather bet on Lad to take a big step up and then have Herbert than Bryce take a big step up and power Deontay. I am taking Deontay, and as I just said, I'm breaking ties to Deontay over Lad in a lot of cases. But to me, Lad's still got a lot of upside. And I think the play is he's not nothing throughout most of the early part of the season. But then, you get that rookie breakout down the stretch. So do I need week 1 production, week 3 production? Do I need week 6 production? Yeah. I need week 7 production. Yeah. So that's where it's like, it's not, that's where I was pushing back on the idea that we need him to produce right out of the gate. I don't think we do. We can't have him only produce at the end.
No, but it's less like I don't care about like the week 3 like box score. It's more what it portends for the ramp up to being an elite asset. And again, not apples to oranges, but we saw how much early injuries hampered JSN. They would say, oh, the risk, he's going to be back week 1. Guess what, guys? He was back week 1. It hampered him. It really made it slow to ramp up. You have more environmental concerns or maybe equal ones with the pass volume vis-a-vis the JSN target competition, yada, yada. But I'm just saying those things can really slow down the acceleration of an early smash. And the more that drags on, like the harder it is for them to reach elite production earlier in the season. And this is why the Lad McConkey slappies, why you guys get slappy tossed on, because someone says, what's the difference between Zay Flowers and Lad McConkey? How much time do you have for me to list off the infinite amount of differences of Zay Flowers being a much better player, a much better pick, and a much better environment? It's, I mean, like, that is absurd comparisons.
Well, I'm with you 100% with, the idea of if he's injured, we want a discount, but I don't think he's injured. He's saying he's okay. I mean, I guess part of it is the Harbaugh stuff. He's like just decided not to talk about injuries. So maybe it's possible he is. He said he's working through something. He limped off on Saturday. But it's
you guys can't keep doing this with OBJ and Garrett Wilson, just entirely different levels of prospects, like just not even in the same neck of the woods.
Yeah, but I think the point for me with Wilson isn't that he's going to be Garrett Wilson. It's that you can pay off this, like you don't need week 3 production from this price
right
tag.
Which I just said, that's not, I'm just saying you want him to get off to a fast start. You want him to be so that he can be elite by the end of the season.
Yeah. So the his injury part of that's very important. I do agree with that. There hasn't been any. Yeah. He hasn't broken his wrist or something. Like he's out.
I mean, Puka is dropping down to 3-4 picks past ADP because he's week to week, but we don't want to just show a little bit of caution until we see that he can string together a bunch of practices. It's all right. I'm very familiar with bag defending. I've done it myself.
This feels like anti-bag defending. Like you have a bag that you don't have Lad in.
I think I'm overweight Lad in BBM because we took him so much when he was actually at a good price. Judy, Polk, Downs, Corum,
I mean, I take Polk
Quick.
here most of the time.
All right, let's do. Did I get him? Phew. All right, that was close. I mean, Polk went 113. I mean, he's rising up. I know we've talked about him being undervalued still in this range. Do you have a stop price on Polk?
Andrew said, Pat, what is Miss Finster's opinion on that? God damn it, Andrew.
Yeah.
I don't know. I may have already passed it because, well, let's see. What are we doing here? Josh Downs is honestly pretty interesting.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, the running backs got kind of wiped out here.
Yeah. I would take Gus or Rico. If you want to go running with Charbonnet.
I don't know if I have it in me to debate against another bad Chargers pick with Gus.
We could have taken Rico or Charbonnet.
No, I think we play. Let's play the ADP game a little bit there on those guys. You know, the 130, mid 130s there. Josh Downs a little bit ahead of them. And we can get back to that. No, people always get upset when we always agree on things all the time. So we got to give them a little bit of debate. I do love the guy saying that it's the guy who said Zay Flowers and Lad McConkey are the same thing, says I have the most unhinged take. Sir. The Zay cop to Lad is wild. I need to smoke some of that.
Yeah. I mean, I do. I'll be checking vigorously today on updates about Lad, because if you were to have something that's going to keep him out for a while, then I would definitely want to discount on that. Because lots of guys are limping on and off practice fields though, so that's where, yeah, it's got to be something to me.
All right, our new thing, the Underdog report. We get the constant ping ponging. Now we have Zach Moss listed as the starting running back on the Bengals depth chart after every single report was Chase Brown running with the one. So that will be a fun one to see how the ADP materializes.
I think we keep taking Brown through that.
Yes.
Those depth charts are done by interns. For real.
Interns that don't have Twitter accounts. What if an intern's job was like, hey, can you just kind of check the pulse on best ball Twitter and just see who they want us to put as running with the Woods there?
Yeah, we need that cover, frankly.
It is always fascinating to note, like, obviously now the beat reporters, I've mentioned a few times listening to Jordan Rodriguez talk, she's like intimately familiar with how best ball people and fantasy people are interpreting her news. I don't think the people who make the depth charts, they don't strike me as people who are criminally online. It seems like someone who got like an administrative job for the day to like rank people like sort of alphabetically and by how long they've been in the league and haven't really checked in on anything else.
They're not doing podcasts either, really.
Yeah, Jordan Rodriguez, please, like, don't take everything I say and run with it in your drafts. It's like, sorry, that's what we do. That's literally what
that's our whole deal, Jordan. We can't not do it. We wish we could not do it, but we can't.
I wanted to see what happened here. Normally, Pat, we are able to get Dak. I guess we let him go at 98 to take Pollard.
Yeah.
And then he went unstacked to someone. I guess he's not coming back to 119. I think it's fine.
It's totally fine.
The thing, we'll see what comes back to us at running back. We now have seen a run here: Benson, Rico, Sharps, Chubb, Eckler. But I still think I find myself liking. I'd rather like pull up some of the running backs at 143, 146 than I feel like pulling up some of the wide receivers. Like that's a true dead zone now at wide receiver there.
I agree. Yeah.
The only other thing to think through is our quarterback 2 options. I guess because we got the week 14 dilemma with May. We got Daniel
Herbert
Jones
is here if we, had taken Lad.
Yeah, I wonder why is Herbert falling past ADP, Pat? The funny thing about this whole debate is literally the first draft this morning I took Lad and Herbert.
So that's why you're on tilt.
You got to be able to steal, man. I fucking love him. No, I just wanted to really see how much conviction I had in that take.
That's awesome.
Will you guys do some marathon teams if there's huge overlay? I was talking about that with John Boy over the weekend, where there's so many opportunities in the lobby right now that I do think that final week before the season starts, seeing like whether it's sprint or marathon, you know, if there's some contests that are legit going to overlay, like obviously that's where you're going to want to put your attention. I think I would direct some time there if there's going to be massive overlay.
It's a good contest to draft right at the end too. So
yeah, true. Yeah, because it was all the Puka and Kerrane teams, I mean, that took those marathon contests down. Well, Pat, we do have our guy Pearsall here, Mike Williams. We do have some running backs, McLaughlin, Algier.
Pearsall seems great.
Yeah, let's do Pearsall here. That gets us up to 7 wide receivers. Another quarterback option we don't have available, but with Lamar, we have some leeway. This should probably be a running back pick for us.
This should be running back for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The Algier, McLaughlin, Jalen Wright. I'm trying to think if there's any correlation stuff. We have Chase Brown, McLaughlin, kind of a weak correlation there. Jalen Wright, we have a little bit of San Francisco in week 16. Do you have any favorites of this group? Algier comes off the board.
I like Jaleel here, especially with what we've done. Like, I think he'll have a role right out of the gate. It's a hard working back, you know. He's there at 5 a.m.
What was the latest report? He bought like his own jugs machine.
He bought a jugs machine. Yeah. I mean, if you're running back and you buy a jugs machine, like, you're putting in the work.
Dude, have we gotten a video of that yet? It's like you always see the players showing their cool basements. They'll have the pinball machine, the pool table. Like if he had the jugs machine in his basement, like around his TVs and stuff, just like down there, it's like, hey, whenever I watch Netflix, I'm on the jugs machine. His ADP would shoot a legitimately a round and a half if that video surfaced.
Yeah. I mean, Jaleel at 5. Here's how you get your ADP up, Jaleel. Wake up at 4 a.m, catch 200 jugs balls in your basement, then go to the Broncos facility and catch another 200 there. That's, I mean, you're 11th round. No question.
I mean, you want to talk about fanning the flames of Sean Payton offenses, you know, getting their running backs catches. And then you get Ja'Lynn McLaughlin just living, eating, breathing the jugs machine.
Yeah.
It seems like we had all of that dust up on the Broncos running back reporting, you know, the Javonte death reports, then those being pushed back on, estimate truck sticking people. I feel like the Broncos ADPs have still just kind of like chilled. Like no one's really like estimate didn't rocket up into another level. Javonte's just kind of chilled where he's been at.
Well, so like with Javonte, I'm actually taking less Javonte now because I'm trying to take more Chase Brown. Right. So like Chase Brown jumps up. I'm like, I got to get Chase Brown because like Chase Brown's not a perfect pick. I'm worried though that he's gonna steam up more, you know, and I'm eventually gonna say goodbye to him. So I'm trying to get more now. And he's going like right where I normally would take Javonte, you know?
Right.
So I'm actually, and I wonder if there's something there with like Javonte's just not like the guy most people want most. He's a guy like I think a lot of people are open to, but maybe he's not gonna, because he should be rising. He's done very well at camp. You know, I think the idea that he was going to get cut, like if any of that's still baked in, that needs to get pulled out of the ADP entirely.
Looking at your ranks here. Oh, where did it go? You guys are ahead on all three, which I do think is right. You got Javonte 107, ADP 111, McLaughlin rank 141, ADP 151, estimate 170, 186. So like if you're drafting off leg up ranks, like you'll probably leave a draft with a Denver running back.
Good. You know,
yeah,
I think that's good.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, it's pretty similar ADPs as the Miami backs last year. You had Mostert 110, you had Achane. I guess he was a little more expensive than McLaughlin. And then you had Wilson as the estimate price right now.
Yeah, and it's different in the sense that we're not going to get some crazy efficient running game out of this.
No.
But they're going to throw their backs. They're going to throw their backs like a lot. So there's a path to all three of these guys hitting, or to two of them hitting in a really big way. Like I think two of these backs can hit in a really big way at these prices.
Yeah. And I think it's a little, yeah. I guess the difference is that Miami backfield like did fully consolidate around those two, which was what allowed them to be such smashes. Like Wilson just like really wasn't involved. Whereas I do think there are scenarios where all three Denver backs are involved. Kind of with what panned out with the Bears ambiguous situation last year, where everyone has a role. But I mean, the amount of balls you're going to get thrown to the running backs compare, with a Bo Nix, Sean Payton team versus a Justin Fields, team is pretty different. All right, Pat, we are about to be on the clock. We still need to figure out how we want to kind of play the quarterback 2 element here. I will say Gibson as a 5th running back on a Polk team doesn't look bad.
No, that's cool. What's the tight end situation?
Yeah, tight ends. We got like Jonnu, Cade, Sinnott, likely Juwan. So you have the Tampa Bay tight end quarterback, the New Orleans.
We could do an Otten Baker if you want to do that. Or we could go like Gibson. We could do Gibson Thielen and set up a Bryce Young move if we want.
Yeah. This is with again, so that I'm not being biased in how I'm applying injury news. Like the Xavier Legette stuff seems bad too. It seems real bad. This
he
could
does
be
not have a broken foot is what came out this morning.
But he's just a guy that like can't afford a slow start.
No, he can't. He really can't. You're exactly right.
So I wouldn't mind, which seems crazy for me to say, Thielen on a team like this where we have Brian Thomas, Polk, Downs, Pearsall. Like outside of our top 3, there's still a lot of question marks with the rest of our room here. Yeah, it sucks with the Denver and New England stuff. Like the week 14 bye really does put you in a bit of a corner.
Yeah, it's something I've run into. It's not the first time. I've wished I could just take Drake May.
Yeah, sorry. You cool with
I think
Thielen here? Yeah.
Makes sense with a lot of the, young receivers we have. Although I think Downs will produce right away, so it's really the rookies. But and then sets us up for potential Bryce Young stack.
Yeah, and I guess there's some stuff we could do. We could potentially manufacture something with Will Levis, if it came back to that with the Brian Thomas. And we do have a little bit of cover here. I mean, Rodgers is still on the board, Watson's still on the board, Mayfield. So I think we'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point about injuries, and slow starts and stuff, I don't think we want to be just hand waving the DeAndre Hopkins one. That's one where he's not surefire to miss week 1. Who knows? He could miss a bunch of the season, and that's why I think Treylon Burks is just a great pick at the end of the draft.
Are you doing your best kitchen impression?
I'm doing my best Kerrane impression. I'm still down to take Ja'Lynn Burks, but
it's interesting. You guys, so you guys moved him. It's
we do actually have him up. Yeah, I mean, I am behind these ranks here, guys. No one.
You guys have him at 99. ETR still has him at 88.
No Hopkins.
I thought I had more of him than I actually did. I was only at 5%, which just was me kind of accidentally dodging a bullet there.
Yeah. I thought he's such a great pick. I'm at 16%. So it's just a bummer, real big bummer.
Because now you are forced, I know he went absurdly high in this room, but you are now going to be pressed with do I want Romeo Dobbs or do I want DeAndre Hopkins? Those are going to be the spots you find. Do you want Courtland Sutton or do you want DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, I put him behind Sutton, put him behind Shaheed, behind Samuel. So I mean, I wasn't actually kidding. I think his knee injury is, it's man, think about next year, what we might be talking about. You're like, well, Hopkins, I don't know. I think he's still worth something in the 16th round because yes, he coming off that horrible year, but he had that knee injury, remember? We could be doing that pretty, the 1 year down year with the Cardinals, I think he struggled through an injury most of that season. So I don't know. It's the type of injury that I could see us making an excuse later for why he had a bad season, which makes me nervous because we haven't had the season yet. So I was very high on him. It's probably one of the highest in the industry on Hopkins.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to bag defend that one. Let's get him down the ranks. I'm also taking more Ridley. I thought Ridley was a pretty bad pick.
Yeah.
I'm taking Ridley a little. I'm not like hammering Ridley, but I'm definitely basically. I think if he's going to be offered at a similar price to before, then I'm in.
That's what it honestly shocked me. When I saw the Hopkins news, I thought for sure Ridley in the 5th is long gone and they're going to chase him up into the 4th. Like I thought Ridley was going to be a fixture of the 4th, like after this Hopkins news, like he went at 59 here, which is like, I thought people were going to be rushing to get him more. I mean, he went past ADP in this draft.
To me, it maybe shows the Ridley ADP was bad because
no one's adjusting further.
No one's willing to go higher. So what? You just didn't think Hopkins was going to ever be healthy? I don't know. But I mean, I think Ridley at this price now is a good pick. Not like an absolute smash, but I'm definitely starting to take him.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to hover here at the 5-6, seems fine. I thought for sure, I thought I was going to wake up and he was going to be going like after Amari Cooper in drafts. Like that's where I thought we were headed.
I honestly thought he would go in the 3rd round. Yeah, that was my exact same thought.
I mean, all it took was one highlight video last year. And Davis Mattek started taking him in the late 2nd. So,
is Davis and Liam on stream just like, all right, so.
I do have to circle back to something I saw mentioned in the chat. Apparently Davis did delete the Brandon Aiyuk tweet. Wow. He let go of those impressions.
Wow.
That took a lot of restraint by him there. So Pat, update. We did get sniped on Bryce Young by the Deontay Johnson drafter. So that dream is dead. Baker is still on the board here. But we don't have anything to really pair him with. We could do the Levis thing. How do you think we play this?
I think we go. I mean, is McMillan available?
No.
Damn.
Nope. Yeah, that would have been easy.
Yeah, probably Levis. Can't believe we got sniped on Bryce Young. What a terrible feeling. Yeah, Levis is probably the best play.
Yeah, let's do Levis. We just do Levis Chig.
Sure.
I don't take a lot of Chig, but this seems like the spot to get him. We get Levis 15 picks past ADP, get a tight end 2 here, and make sure we don't get fully boxed out of the stack in case David Kitchen's in this room.
I think Chig makes sense.
This is like, I have found it hard to get Levis, partly probably because I only had 5% Hopkins and wasn't drafting much Ridley. And so it's not actually as fun of a backdoor stack, but this seems like a good way to get a Levis share.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, we also have the Brian Thomas bring back. So we have this set up. It just wasn't that clean because we didn't have a pass catcher, but I think it works out.
Here's the team through 17 rounds. We got that one more pick. We got a 2-5-8-2. We got the quarterbacks stacked up with their tight ends. Lamar Jackson with Andrews, Levis with Chig. We got up to 5 running backs here. James Conner, Chase Brown, Tony Pollard, McLaughlin, Antonio Gibson. Pretty like classic 0 RB room. I feel like they're the wide receivers, Lamb, Neighbors, Devontae Smith, Brian Thomas, Ja'Lynn Polk, Josh Downs, Ricky Pearsall, Adam Thielen. I think this room's come together nice, and I think we can basically do whatever we want positionally with that last pick.
Yeah, stack-wise, it would be nice to take a receiver named Traylon Burks. The structurally, though, I think a running back or a tight end makes more sense. Tight end structurally maybe seems like a stretch, but I don't think Chig is like a great tight end too. I think we're kind of doing like tight end 2 by committee with a 17th and 18th round pick, if you think about it like that.
Yeah, I guess I feel a little bit better just because of, I mean, I agree with you. I don't feel great about Chig and Levis, but I think I do feel great about Lamar and Andrews.
Yeah.
That I don't mind just going with the 2s there. No bye week issues. But yeah, I hear you. The problem is like if I guess it would be what Drake May goes, like we don't even have like a good third quarterback option. And then the question is, do we even have a good third tight end option that we like?
I mean, I'm still taking Sanat.
Yeah. There's been some good there's been some good stuff about it. What was it? The Coach Speak clip that they were saying that they knew he was a good blocker.
Can you hear me? Because you dropped out for me. I think you're muted. Is Pete muted, chat? Yeah. Pete's muted.
Hang on.
Hey, buddy. Oh, there we go.
Switched around. I know I have it on the wrong mic here. Sorry. Anyways, I was just talking about the sit height that the team's been impressed with his hands.
Okay. You're definitely on the wrong mic now.
No, I know. We're on it.
You're working through it.
Production team is.
Yeah. The Sanat, like, we got hyped about Sanat. Then it was like, oh, he might be a fullback. Then we got very scared about Sanat, which I get. But we've gotten too scared now. He was actually a pretty interesting prospect. Zach Ertz is blocking him. Like, we know how this can go. We know, like, if we're getting him in the 18th or the 17th, like, he comes on down the stretch. I mean, I honestly thought, like, even pre-draft, that Sanat was the second best tight end in the class, ahead of Sanders, and a pretty interesting yards after catch player. So, added as a tight end 3 for free. I'm actually pretty into it.
Yeah. I like it too. I mean, I definitely like it a little bit more when I have either Daniels or Cousins, but yeah, I think he's an awesome tight end 3. He definitely kind of falls in that range of how I feel about Hawkinson, where I really don't want him as a 2 tight end guy, where I really want him as that 3rd tight end. But yeah, I'm completely with you on Sinnott, who is still on the board there. It is funny. The other name up here, I don't know if you and I have talked about him, or maybe we did last week. Like, I also think Theo Johnson is a pretty good click late if you need a 3rd tight end now too.
Yeah, honestly, I need to be taking more of him. He seems like he might take that job from the jump. He was working with the ones. Bellinger, I was like partly like the Theo Johnson initial steam. I was like, he is just basically Bellinger again as a prospect, but Bellinger he doesn't look very good. So if Theo Johnson is surprisingly good, then there's just such a clear path for him to get on the field and start producing right away. So that's a good one. I need to take a little more of him.
Did you see the article about what Dable's been doing with him? This is like such football guy stuff. He's been pulling him. He'll like yell at him at practice and be like, get in here, get in this film room or whatever. He'll pull him in and he'll show him highlights of Gronk and say, this is what I expect you to be doing. That was literally the quote. So,
oh my God.
We can grab Burks here. He went, but like Devontae Walker obviously makes sense. But I think this is the opportunity to get a last round Burks share. Don't you agree?
Yeah. Or we could just take Theo Johnson.
He's gone. He's gone.
Okay.
Yeah. After
let's take Burks.
He went the 17th in this one here. But yeah, I knew you would love that one.
Dude. I love it.
Because there was I wrote about him in the Fantasy Life newsletter, which, by the way, we got Dwayne McFarland from Fantasy Life coming on here in the next couple of minutes. I wrote about him, and it was like all this bullishness, and it was like he's running with the ones, he was making some plays, and then there was this kind of puff piece article about Dayball just being in his ear. You're our Gronk.
If people are grinding the Athletic and they want excuse me, they want a little edge that no one else is getting, I don't know that people really read the puff pieces, because when I see it's a puff piece, I just click it, I just X out immediately. I got too much other stuff to read. So if you grind those puff pieces, if you find some actionable little puff piece, it'd be a real edge.
Yes. Well, I will grind the puff pieces for you guys. Either that or just turn on notifications for Davis's Twitter. All right, I'm going to recap this team. Then we're going to bring Dwayne on. We'll get your final thoughts here, Pat. That 2 quarterback, 2 tight end team, Lamar to Andrews, Levis to Chig. Got our 5 running backs here, Connor, Chase Brown, Tony Pollard, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Antonio Gibson. Our wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, Devontae Smith, Brian Thomas, Ja'Lynn Polk, Josh Downs, Ricky Pearsall, Adam Thielen, and Treylon Burks. A kaleidoscopic wide receiver room, I would say. How do you feel about this team?
I think it worked out pretty well. The 5 running backs made possible by you got us on James Conner when you insisted that we couldn't take Lad McConkey because of his sore quad. And so, I think it actually worked out really well because we only had to take 5 running backs, even though we didn't take our first until pick 74.
Yes. Other than that too, we get the double stack backdoor with Levis. And honestly, that's one of the things I've said I've wanted to do, right? Where I do so many Bo Nix, so many Drake May teams that I want to have some Bryce Young backdoor stacks. I want to have some backdoor stacks with Levis. When we have the week 14 bye with Lamar, this seemed like a perfect opportunity to steer in that direction.
Yeah, it worked out really well. We got Levis way behind ADP. I think I like the way we set it up with Bryce, but we also had the Levis kind of thing that we could cobble together. I mean, we cobbled together a double stack plus a running back. So 3 pieces of the team plus Levis and then a bring back. So it's like hardly like it's not the Derek Carr, Juwan Johnson thing that you tack on 17, 18. It's a little more put together than that.
And I do like, that was one of the things, and I honestly forgot that we had Pollard when we were talking about all of this. I had memory wiped that. But I do like ripping it in on one of those teams because the temptation I fall into is give me Troy Franklin, give me Javon Baker, give me, and it's like you're picking a la carte. And it's like, no. What actually is going to happen is one of these offenses is going to smash ADP and you're going to wish you had 4 guys from that team.
Exactly. And the Titans could be one of those teams just based on Levis is like not terrible and they pass a lot,
Yeah.
So.
All right, Pat, let people know what's going on at Leg Up. I know you mentioned you got that new article out. Is that paywall or public?
Not all of it is behind the paywall. So I'm the article, kind of intro a little bit about the running back oasis, I call it, because I was on with Balky from FFPC and we were talking about the kind of the sweet spot of running backs in the draft. And he goes, yeah, you just hit this lush paradise of running backs. So like, okay. I think it's that an oasis, I think, actually. So
yeah.
I did this little intro about kind of the framework that I'm using to evaluate these running backs for the article. And then I have 2 big write-ups on who are the first 2, Ken Walker and David Montgomery. So that's all above the paywall. And then I write up the rest of the round 7 running backs tomorrow, round 8, Wednesday, round 9, Thursday, round 10 / maybe some bonus guys. I want to write about the Cowboys backfield. So that'll be all kind of similar stuff where the first couple running backs will be above the paywall. And then Daniel Raz has an article coming out at the end of the week where he kind of digs in more from a macro perspective of kind of how big of an opportunity this part of the draft really is.
Awesome. Well, catch Pat on ADP chasing today. Adam Levitan will be joining. I'm sure you guys will have a nice conversation about all of the camp news. And then if you want to see Pat and I some more this week, we are launching our high stakes managed league streams over on Ship Chasing. We'll be drafting with our stat chasing guys, Sacrilegious and Drico, in the FFPC main event. That is always a good time when we launch those streams. So that'll be Thursday night at 9 p.m. We'll catch you later, Pat.
Later.
Peace. All right. Bring it up.
Pete, did you just go mute again?
My mic is being weird.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
You hear me now?
You sound different. Yeah.
I was going to use a baseball analogy and say that you are batting cleanup here, but I will get my mic fixed. I'm having issues with that today. But Dwayne McFarland from Fantasy Life, how you doing, Dwayne?
I'm excellent. Oh, get the guitar out. We're already getting calls for the guitar, Pete. So, no, just got to hang out with you for a couple of days. The rest of the Fantasy Life team up in New York. Wife and daughter came. They went to the Broadway shows. So I went and saw Hamilton, which was excellent. So yeah, man, I'm doing great. Now it's back to the grind on a Monday.
Yeah, we got to record some fun stuff over the weekend for Fantasy Life. And yeah, excited for you guys to see that. Dwayne, I know we did Best Ball After Dark a couple, I don't know, a month or so ago. We drafted a
Yeah,
team.
something like that.
These underdog streets. Anytime you're on vacation, I see you out there on the beach firing away here.
Well, I'm not as committed to you. At one point, I took a power nap in our recording sessions last week, and you true to form, you're like, well, if you guys are gonna give me some free time here, I guess I'm gonna fire up another draft. So you went for the draft route, and I actually took a 30-minute power nap.
You know what? Some of us are just built different. And when we're away from the family and our other responsibilities, and you give me 45 minutes, you better believe we're squeezing in a draft here. Yeah, you've done some awesome work over at Fantasy Life this offseason. I pulled up on stream a while back your article on the wide receiver age cliffs. I highly recommend people check that out. Are there any other of the data projects you've done that have kind of maybe informed how you're drafting this year?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I just had a whole series drop on tiers. And at the beginning of each one of those articles, I essentially give you, here's all the criteria. Like, this is the process for how I'm handling tiers. Obviously, ADP being a big component of it. I have to say, underdog drafters are really sharp. I mean, I was looking for, spots where I could just be way different than the market. And there just weren't as many as there's been, in the past. 3 or 4 years ago when I would do this exercise, man, there would just be these huge holes, where it would be like, oh my God, like, how are people drafting this person here? Like, they should totally be in this other spot. You just don't find as many of those, but like, it's still, I think they're still really great because it also, checks everything. And there are a few like where I was definitely different than the market. But I walk through it for every position, like how much does age matter? How much does supporting cast matter? And it's all a data-driven approach. It's all based on research, and then everything's just weighted towards that. So yeah, I encourage people to go check that out. Always fun when you get to go through that process. That obviously informs the ranks and everything else.
All right, Dwayne, I hopped us in a Best Ball Mania 5 draft. I had an unbelievable streak of early picks, but you and I are going to be from the 12 hole today. I'm sorry, I used up all of my influencer early selections here. How do you feel?
I think last time we were 11.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I just hope that the Puka knee just pushes Puka to 12. Like, that's wish number one. Like, let's just take Puka at 12. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I will say at this spot, especially in the Manias, I found myself just doing what I want to do.
Yeah.
This is the pick I get the most away from ADP. Is picking down here at 12. I just don't worry about it as much. I mean, obviously you're still considering it. You hope things just kind of break your way and you get lucky, but a lot of times, how it goes down here, Pete. It doesn't.
No, it does not. Yeah, I think in the first draft this morning, Puka went at 14. Another draft, he still went in the first round. I don't remember where he went in the third round here. So we'll see what happens.
Third round of a draft?
No. Sorry, the first round.
I was like,
I haven't seen. What I have seen, Dwayne, is Cooper Kupp getting pulled up big time. He's been in the second round of most of the drafts this morning.
Nah, I'm out on that.
Well, guess what? Your wish came true. Puka falls to us. I'll put him in the queue. Who do you like to pair him with here?
Well, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is the easy one. I mean, it hasn't been. This is going to get easier now, right? Pairing Puka with Marvin Harrison used to be like kind of hard. It just occasionally happened. It's going to get more. You're going to get it more over the next couple of weeks. But I say you take it while you can get it. Is my opinion.
Yeah, let's do that here. Some people, I feel like Marv is, polarizing, specifically, I guess, in the redraft streets. A lot of people who don't draft a lot of best ball teams are like, what is going on with this price? It seems like you, though, you feel comfortable with him. Where would you set your like exposure in a dream world on Harrison?
I still want to be above. I want to be slightly above, right? But I don't want to get way out of control at this price. And the main reason is like, look, we've already priced in, so like how much upside really is there, for Marvin Harrison from where he's at? Oh, he could be the wide receiver 3. He could be like Ja'Marr Chase was when he was a rookie. Well, even if he does that, like, he's only going to be like worth 5 or 6 spots more than where we're taking him right now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it gets kind of difficult. And I will say, like, when I ran all the comps for him using the wide receiver rookie supermodel over at Fantasy Live, which people can check out, I think there is a range of outcomes for him where the top end is Ja'Marr Chase. I mean, he's the best prospect that we have in the model. Number 2 is Ja'Marr. So that's the ceiling you're looking at. But then, you have a spot in the middle is more like Jaylen Warren, not Jaylen Warren, Jaylen Waddle. Dear God. Yeah. So like looking at Waddle and what we got from him, which would still be fine, like where you're getting him. He was a low end wide receiver 1, high end wide receiver 2 his rookie season. But the bottom end of where he graded out in the model was more like Devonta Smith his rookie year, which would mean you're getting a low end wide receiver 3 that you're having to take, really as a wide receiver 1. Like that would definitely not be ideal. And it's in the range of outcomes. I think Devonta's like the 5th or 6th highest grade ever in our model. So right in that same range. Yeah. 5th. You got it up now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I think that's kind of the range, you're looking at. The bottom end was he has a rookie season like Devonta Smith, which wasn't great. It was fine for a rookie, but it isn't, it isn't going to be worth it if that's what you get from Harrison when you have to take him at the 1-2 turn.
Yeah, I got this pulled up in the chat right now. Definitely recommend checking out the rookie models. Was super helpful during, early drafts, also dynasty drafts. And I'm logged into our premium right now, which gets you the full host of all the different ways to kind of filter career targeted by quarterback rating. So you can kind of filter through this. But yeah, you see Marvin Harrison here right at the top, Ja'Marr Chase, Malik Neighbors. So if you are one of those redraft players that has just like absolute sticker shock, why are these best ball bros taking these guys so early? It's because they are in rarefied air as a prospect. And Dwayne, we've been doing a decent amount of redraft content over at Fantasy Life in those videos. And you and I just looking at this Malik Neighbors 6th round ADP on some of these other sites. It's like, you guys don't know how good you have it if you're drafting on ESPN or Yahoo.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Dwayne, we are about to pick here at the 3-4 turn. We started with that week 17 mini correlation with Puka and Harrison. We got Tank Dell here, Laporta, Kelsey, Pickens, Amari. What do you like doing here?
I love Tank Dell when he gets to me
too.
at the spot. Like he used to get here all the time. He just doesn't anymore. But it won't surprise me if Tank Dell's the wide receiver 1 for the Texans. Like I that's this team I'm the least unsure of. I love Nico Collins. I like Stephon Diggs, but like I think anyone that's really sure of the order, like they're just lying to you.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It has been fun to be able to get him there after he was going a little bit earlier. Do you want to do a tight end? You want to grab Pacheco? We got the wide receivers, Pickens, Amari, T. Higgins. What do you think?
I like Laporta once we've gotten to here, but I will say, man, like Pacheco, when I go back, like the more and more I hear, I just don't think there's anything to challenge him. And I actually still like Pitts, and I like the other tight ends that come back down in this range. So I've been trying to get a little bit more exposure to Pacheco, just going back and looking at those games. Like once he took over the starting role last year, Pete, I mean, we're talking about a guy that was averaging 17.5 fantasy points per game. And like the more I hear about Clyde Edwards-Helaire and just some of the mental stuff he's been going through, and then Deneric Prince is really not anything. I know he's getting the camp hype, but like the more I think about it, I'm like, there's just probably no way that Pacheco's not at like 70% snap share on potentially the best offense in the league. So I've been trying to get more Pacheco here recently. I got a bunch early on when he was like round 5 for a little bit, and then I kind of chilled out on him. But I think he and Travis Etienne are the 2 backs when I look at it that I feel like we could look up, 2 or 3 weeks in and be like, wow, like we should have drafted these guys right next to players like Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah. I like that call too, especially, I know both of us like the elite tight ends as well, but like you said, there's good chance Pitts, Kittle there for us at that next turn if we want to play it that way. And it is funny, like the way my builds have worked, because for a long while, there wasn't as good of running back selections over here in this 3-4 range. So a lot of my like anchor running backs come on the other side of the board, right? Where I'll have HN, I'll have CMC, I'll have ETN. So building some out over here where we start Puka, Marv, and Tank, and then getting Pacheco there as that kind of, dead zone anchor. I think it works out really well.
Over the last 2 weeks, basically since I finished up all my tier stuff, I've been really attacking Pacheco and ETN in round 4 as my running back 1. So already having 3 elite wide receivers, or 3 really good wide receivers, and then coming back and getting one of those top running backs. And I don't mind pairing them. If I took, Bijan in round 1, just to kind of have some different builds, because I don't do enough of those where I take a running back usually if I take Bijan in round 1, like I'm not even touching a running back until maybe round 8. And so I've been trying to break that habit. And I feel like if there are 2 players that I'm willing to do that for after really doing all the research, I do think it's ETN and Pacheco.
Yes, I'm with you. And like I said, I have way more ETN, partly because I was kind of sleeping on the Pacheco stuff
Me
at
too.
the start.
I'm the same
And
way.
now that,
Yep.
ETN hasn't risen, I really don't think they're that different of bets. I know people get excited about the KC offense. I get it. But man, I mean, ETN did everything you wanted him to do last year. Yes, he slowed down the stretch, but it's so rare that you get a young running back who does what he does and then his price doesn't change. Like, isn't in any other situation that's a second round pick the following year if you finish top 5 overall at the position?
Yep. And I mean, those two players, honestly, are the two that, when I talked about riding up tiers, where it was the toughest for me, where I still wanted to respect ADP and use ADP, but they were the two that I felt were the most mispriced. I really felt like, look, especially ETN, he's got the round 1 capital. Last year, when you look at him, you had 9 different Jaguars play at least 150 plus snaps on the offensive line. I mean, there was no continuity whatsoever. And if you look at his, really his downward turn last year in efficiency, I think a lot of that can be traced back to the offensive line. So you still have a player that was a first round pick, still in their prime, and an offense that we don't love, but we like. We like the Jaguars offense. I think it's fine. And when I looked at ETN, like every time, I sat there and thought through him, I was like, this name, like he hasn't demonstrated the same upside as a Jonathan Taylor or Saquon Barkley, but he's a little bit younger than those two guys, and he should probably be in the same tier with them. I ended up keeping him 1 below, but I mean, I was so torn. I nearly put him in the tier above with those guys.
Yeah, and I think it does really set up well. You get those 3 early wide receivers. Pat and I in our draft, we did the 3 early, and then we were able to grab Lamar and Mark Andrews. Or if you want to grab, 2 of these running backs in this range, it does feel like that's kind of just the ideal way to build, especially if you like the wide receivers you can get in the 6th and 7th. It is a little trickier on this side of the board. When we come back to 84, it can absolutely be wiped. So that's one thing I'm normally cognizant of like, we probably want one of these 2 picks to be a wide receiver here.
I agree with that.
So let's take a look here. We do
Double
have some
tap
really
tight
nice
end
options.
just got us because somebody went, on the board. They took Kincaid and Kelsey,
which I'm fine with. Like, if we come away from here with a running back and a wide receiver, I'm good with that. I mean, we can build out a later tight end team.
I'm with you. Where are you at on Jayden Reed? I mean, people are going. I feel like we're double counting. Like we already knew that Jayden Reed was going to be on the field for 70% of the plays, and now people are freaking out. And it's like people are posting this on Twitter like it's freaking news. Oh man, he only played 60%. Yeah, we've known this like since we put projections out in March. Like everybody's known this.
He would be a second round pick if you didn't have any of the concerns about a rotation or any of this. There's a reason.
Yeah, I mean, he played great as a rookie. I mean, and he's all of those guys are going to rotate. And I think pretending that again, like they could easily give Jayden Reed more snaps outside. I know from like the camp game yesterday, like he was right in that range we would expect. So,
what do you like here, Dwayne? Good. Yeah, I grab Reed. We could get a running back here. Jacobs.
Hey, we could do it with Jacobs. Like I never take Josh Jacobs, but if I'm gonna do it, like this is the spot where he's past ADP. And I need some exposure, Pete. I'm guessing you do too. I bet you don't take him.
I don't take him much.
All right.
Yeah, and we could have pulled up Kittle. Like I don't think pulling up Kittle if you want that elite tight end is bad there at all. But we're gonna head down a different build, and we get our 2 running backs in this dead zone, Pacheco and Jacobs, and we get our 4 wide receivers, Puka, Marv, Tank, and Reed. Yeah, I found the hysteria over those snap counts. It's even the same thing as Wicks. Like Wicks has gotten more expensive. Like if you had clarity that Dontavian Wicks was an every down starter, based on the efficiency that he had in year 1, he would be going in the 6th, 7th round range where like JSN and all that. It's like this stuff is priced in. The rotation is priced in, and it is a different conversation in redraft, in manage. Knowing when to start these guys could be a little bit of a headache. I will grant that. I don't care in best ball. Like Jayden Reed averaged 18 PPR points a game from week 9 on last year. One of the most like insane rookie finishes we've seen. And like everyone wants to like overthink this because he's slightly more expensive than the other options.
Yeah. And look, I like all the Green Bay options, but I think that Reed should be the one that's priced up the most because of what he did as a rookie. I mean, I think that's just what it is. Christian Watson's my next favorite. It wouldn't surprise me if Christian Watson's the best wide receiver on the Packers, but that doesn't mean that I should take him over Jayden Reed. And I think that's the trap people fall into. They're like, oh, well, I can't take Jayden Reed because I can get Christian Watson in the next round. Well, you could take both and then turn around and take Jordan Love, or, you can just mix it up. Sometimes you take Reed, sometimes you take Watson, but don't don't let that line of thinking keep you away from, in my opinion, from drafting Jayden Reed.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think all of those guys have a place on teams. I think the hardest one for me to get to right now is Watson. Where he goes, I'm kind of either like done grabbing my wide receivers there and then circling back to running back, or it feels like I'm having to reach on him. I do think it's like an interesting decision now, like him or Jamison Williams, kind of like those guys.
And JMO and JSN, like they're all right there in that clump. And then like Keon starting to get a little bit of steam as well, in camp. So he's like right there. Brian Thomas Jr. is right there. We both like him. So yeah, it's hard to like be all in on Christian Watson also just because of like, I want exposure really to all the guys in that band, if that's what I need for my build, So I don't really have a stake in the ground on any of them, but I do think that like Watson, if he's healthy, I think he definitely has like 1,200 yard upside, like just because like he is one of those guys that can beat you at every level. He can burn the defense over the top. He can beat you after the catch. He's a guy that whenever they want to, they can get him involved around the line of scrimmage as well. So like we've seen those games. Like, I mean, I've seen them firsthand. Like he destroyed the Cowboys 2 years ago. Like they just couldn't cover him, like period. They knew like Watson was all they had and the guy just dogged them all day long. So it's just a matter of also him staying healthy. And at this point, I think you just have to have a little bit of skepticism, even though it's like they realized that, like whatever his left, I can't remember if it was left or his right quad was like, I don't know, 60% as strong as the other. Like, even though they figured it out, like it doesn't guarantee that he's not going to have those issues.
I remember because it was the Christian Watson rookie year was your first year at Fantasy Life. And I remember you were all on top of the Christian Watson breakout there based on the usage. I know a lot of Fantasy Life subscribers got him on their teams and then he was just a monster down the stretch and then disappeared. So, I mean, when we've seen it from a guy, it does at least give you confidence, right? We're not like, this isn't necessarily like the Rashad Bateman thing or even like the Jameson where it does require a little bit more of a leap of faith. We actually know what it looks like with Christian Watson. It's just staying healthy.
And when he's on the field, like last year, he was the only Packer that on the field together with our guy Reed actually out targeted him. Reed out targeted Romeo Dobbs by a decent amount. He out targeted all the tight ends when he was on the field with them by a decent amount. Watson was the one guy that actually was, again, we're talking small samples here. Like some of these things are like less than 160, 170 routes, like 250 routes is really where a lot of these data points stabilize. But it's still interesting, like to talk about those things.
All right, Dwayne, we are about to pick here at the 7-8 turn, kind of as expected. All the wide receivers got wiped out. JSN, Brian Thomas, Ladd, and JMO. Kyler Murray is here potentially to stack up with Marvin
I like
Harrison.
Murray. This almost never works out.
Yeah.
Every time I draft Marvin Harrison Jr., the Trey McBride drafter takes Kyler, and I love Kyler this year. So I'm 100% down with that.
Yeah, I'm completely with you here. And then I do think this is a running back pick here, by, unless you got some love for, I think like Hopkins and Addison are going to continue to slide. Do you like a Jones, Warren, Zamir, Najee?
No, I like with our build. I think running back is the sweet spot here. So I'm with you. And I mean, I can't stop drafting Jaylen Warren.
Let's do it.
Just not going to lie. So, I mean, I hate to stop now, Pete.
Yeah, talk about Jaylen Warren. I mean, people around here are familiar, I guess, with the bull case. But I guess you could make the counter like, okay, you're taking him ahead of a guy like Aaron Jones, who is going to be the lead back. They're going to run a ton too. Why Jaylen Warren over Aaron Jones? I guess I'll
look. I mean, I mix those guys up. I mix them up, but like in a vacuum, like I'm taking Jaylen Warren because he's a player that's coming into his prime. Najee Harris didn't get the 5th-year option. Najee Harris, he was decent last year, but I just feel like there's a ton of outs for Jaylen Warren. He could just play the role that we're expecting, which is like getting 35-40% of the rushing attempts, maybe get half of the route participation. And I think in that scenario, Pete, like you could make an argument like, really, what's that different? What's that different about Jaylen Warren other than the offense he has to play on versus what you get in Jahmyr Gibbs in early round 2, right? Versus what you get in Achane at the end of round 2, early round 3. So I feel like he's the closest thing to those two players. And we have expected similar roles for all three of them going into the season, but he still has all the same outs as those guys, right? Actually, I think you might argue he has better outs as far as his competition. I think those other two guys actually have players that are, I think Raheem Mostert, even though he's older, the way he played last year was better than Najee Harris, right? And David Montgomery is better than Najee Harris. So the offense obviously is not as good in Pittsburgh, but we know they're going to run the ball a lot. Arthur Smith's shown us that he's very dedicated to that. We get Justin Fields out there sooner than maybe we thought, and that's going to open up rushing lanes. So, and I mean, I'm sure I know Pat loves, Warren as well. So I'm sure he's already covered all the high end stuff about his receiving profile, but it's nuts. Like it's like astronomically high. And the other thing I love about him, Pete, is he's not one of these small sample guys where it's like, oh, he had 80 attempts. Oh, he had, 20 targets, and we're going nuts like on those kind of numbers. For a guy that's not a starter in the league, we have a pretty decent sample size that tells us that Jaylen Warren is really good. So I feel like he can easily pay off this ADP, playing the exact role we think he's going to do. But then what if it's an actual true split right down the middle? He's going to outperform this ADP. And what if just at some point in the season, he just overtakes Najee Harris, which is fully in the range of outcomes. If that happens, or if an injury to Najee happens, Jaylen Warren's going to be like in league championship games. Like that's just going to happen. He's that good.
Does anything with the Jaylen Warren thesis? We're now obviously getting the rumors. Justin Fields could potentially start earlier than expected.
Yep.
Fields not a notorious, check down guy to the running backs. Does that, dent the Warren thesis at all for you?
It doesn't bother me as much because like the Steelers have George Pickens and then nothing. Like where I think it really becomes problematic is if you've got 2 or 3 options through the air and you've got the scrambling quarterback. We would rather Russ be out there overall, probably for Jaylen Warren, but I could see more big plays with Justin Fields being on the field. You know what I mean? Like it's more problematic to deal with a design run game that has a quarterback like Justin Fields. A lot of times the defense will actually just try to take away Fields and encourage him to hand the ball off to Warren or to Najee Harris. We've seen this for a very long time now with the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson.
All right, Dwayne, we are about to pick here at the 9-10 turn, and Jordan Love has fallen here. We could basically be done at quarterback.
Wow.
The wide receivers are wiped. I would say, I think one of these picks is Jordan Love, man.
I'm good with it. What do the tight ends look like?
The tight ends were down to the Goddard range here. This team could definitely be a punt tight end team. Musgrave is going to be on our radar. I think we probably take a running back here, and then we're getting close to being done.
Yeah, I'm good with Love here. Like he did fall. We have Reed. We've got Jacobs. So we got
Here's
him.
the other thing. Do you want to pull up Wicks? Wicks isn't going to come back.
Yeah, let's see the wide receivers real quick.
You're at like
We've got
Judy,
4,
Polk,
right?
Myers,
Yeah.
Downs. Yeah. Or we could do a running back, Javonte, Tyjae, Devin Singletary.
Did Chase Brown go?
Second. He did.
I would take Spears.
Okay, let's do Spears, and we will get him in as our pick right there. So we have the rare 2-4-4-0 build. We got Kyler and Jordan Love, but we got them both past ADP, have some big bets there. Our 4 running backs, Pacheco, Jacobs, Warren, and Spears. That is such a fun symmetry because it's like 2 guys that all the 0 RB drafters love in Warren and Spears with 2 guys they never want to take in Pacheco and Jacobs. And then we still just have our 4 early receivers, Puka, Marv, Tank, and Reed. I think we're going to be in good shape. It's going to be a lot of wide receivers and tight ends down the stretch, but I think we're positioned well.
Yeah, for picking at 12, like I'm really liking the way the team, worked out. Like I was hoping we would get a Shaheed or one of those other guys coming back to us as our wide receiver 5 there, but based on what went, yeah, I feel really good. And I like Wicks, but at the same time, like I don't want to reach, that much on him, even though I know we're picking down here. I think that Tyjae Spears is just the better bet. Like I think, they're similar players, right? They're upside players in part-time roles, but I feel like Tyjae much easier out of the gate could actually be the lead back, for the Titans. We don't know for sure. It sounds like it's going to be a hot hand kind of thing. They like both guys. But if Pollard plays like he did last year, like Tyjae Spears could pass him pretty quickly. Now, if Pollard's back to what we saw the season before in Dallas, before the tightrope surgery, well, then there's a chance, maybe we've been a little bit too high on a guy like Spears, but very talented player, man. And honestly, he's very similar to Jaylen Warren. Like he's a guy that is explosive. He can catch balls out of the backfield. So I like this archetype, of player.
Yeah, it surprised me too when I was digging into some of the stuff on Spears and looking at his like tackle evasion rate, like really surprised me. You kind of think of him like, oh, he's just kind of fast in space, but like he was up there with Jaylen Warren, with Jahmyr Gibbs, DeAndre Swift, or not DeAndre Swift, Devon Achane, of these guys that were actually making guys miss, breaking tackles. I do think there's a lot of room for upside here. If the team is not full of shit, and if they are going to be interchangeable, if he's not going to be pigeonholed into just kind of like a 3-down role, like if he's getting some early down carries, it could get really fun.
Yeah, man. Warren and Tyjae Spears are the cheaper versions of Jahmyr Gibbs and Achane. Like that's just what they are. They're on lesser offenses, but I do wonder, like really, I mean, is it 5-6 rounds different? Is it, and I like the other guys more, obviously. Like we're taking Jahmyr Gibbs and Achane all day over these players, but very, very similar archetypes, just in lesser offenses.
Dwayne, let the people know we recently rolled out Fantasy Life Premium over there, Fantasy Life Plus. Let the people know what of your content is going to be over there this year.
Yeah, man. So, we're working on more utilization stuff right now behind the scenes. That stuff's being built, so that's coming soon. But yeah, we've got a rankings hub now that's awesome because you guys can go in and put in all the settings for your leagues, the scoring, the number of starters, bench players, all those sort of things. And we're adjusting based on replacement points, based on the ranks. You can choose which rankers you want in your ranking set. You've got my projections available. You've also got Matthew Friedman's projections available. Obviously, we've got all the ADP information, whether you're drafting on Underdog or, you're just trying to get ready for your ESPN, Yahoo, or your sleeper league. We've got all of that stuff covered as well. So, I mean, I think the rankings hub is the thing that I love the most, Pete. But like we have so many other things over there. Like we've got advanced stats for quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. We adjust it all for the games they didn't play. So all the stuff you guys are used to getting in the utilization report, a lot of that stuff is in the advanced stats as well. So yeah, I mean, I think we launched 40 new tools, something.
Yeah,
like that. I can't remember how many for sure. There is a lot, and it's not all just fantasy stuff. We've got betting tools and things like that as well. But the rankings hub is my favorite. You've got the cheat sheets, which you've got right in front of you, Pete, which is really nice. Oh yeah, and Draft Champion. So like if you're so used to drafting best ball and you're like trying to get your mind in the mode of I'm actually going to do a home league draft, you can use our Draft Champion. It's a mock draft tool that you can use and mock from anywhere you want, pick your spot or randomize it. It's all up to you guys. Lots of flexibility is the main thing.
All right, Dwayne, we're about to be on the clock here.
Oh yeah, I see who I want, please.
All right. I want to see who you want here by ADP. You got Ford, Chubb. Who are you eyeing?
Oh, we need another wide receiver, and I love Polk.
Yes. I think Polk's an awesome pick at this price. The other thing I was going to mention again, I don't think Musgrave is coming back. We pick at 156.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, on this team,
and we need a tight end too.
Yep. And we've made our Jordan Love bet, so let's do it.
Yeah, so we grabbed Polk. I think it was smart. We didn't pull up Wicks. We wait to get Polk, and then we do want to get a tight end here. Tight end's wiped out, and we get it stacked up. So we go Polk and Musgrave here. I think that worked out well.
Yeah, love it. And Musgrave's a guy, I mean, like early last season, we loved him. Like he got way more playing time than what we anticipated, and then he just started dealing with injuries. Obviously, it's a little bit concerning the splits after he came back from his injury, after Tucker Kraft had really shown that like he was a good player as well. And I know Kraft right now is on the pup, but does sound encouraging. Like I think Kraft is probably going to be available early in the season. So I haven't read any updates on him in like a week and a half. But the last thing I read was that Tucker Kraft was like probably still fine, good to go for week 1. So those splits are a little bit concerning, but Musgrave's a guy that they really liked, obviously, took him in round 2. He's a seam stretching kind of tight end, a la Kyle Pitts. Not necessarily a guy that you're, I know, not necessarily a guy you put on drag routes and stuff like that, but can work the mismatches against linebacker safeties. So yeah, man, I love getting the stack here, and good call by you on the tight end.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the stuff on the turn, right? It works both ways. It's like, holy cow, Kyler and Love fall in our lap, stacked up, past ADP. But then sometimes it's like, man, if we don't get Musgrave coming back, we're in like really gross 3-punt tight end territory.
And once you get to like honestly, like the further the draft goes, like the less you care about ADP. Like it's
Yep.
not, it's not linear. The difference between, the pick at the beginning of round 2 and the pick in the middle of the 3rd round is like so much more different than like 36 picks of ADP once you get to these later rounds. So I think you have to think more about your construction, and your stacks should start to carry more and more weight like the further that you go in your drafts. Obviously, like Leone has done a lot of great work on this over at Best Ball Mania. So like a lot of times when I'm referencing stuff like this, it isn't stuff that I studied and figured out. Like some things I just let other people, and like Leone, like I think is brilliant. There's so much good best ball research out there. I know I'm leaving people out. Like Graham Barfield actually did a really good article on it as well over at Fantasy Points. So there's just so much good stuff out there.
What is your in season? You'll be doing the utilization report. Is there other stuff what's the programming schedule for the podcast?
Yeah, so in season we'll be doing utilization stuff on Tuesday mornings. I'll be writing utilization on Mondays. That'll come out on Tuesday morning. But for the preseason, we'll also be doing it. So I'm looking forward to this weekend, Pete, because we've got a feed set up where I can pull in all the stats for all the games where
Nice.
you get snaps with starters. So I'll be writing those up throughout the weekend. We'll have something up on the site covering all the games by next Tuesday for preseason. And I went back and did a lot of research on this. Just you're always trying to figure out how do you get better. You don't want to overweight things that maybe you shouldn't. And honestly, the utilization stuff for preseason with the starters was pretty good as far as projecting a player's role early in the season. Now, not all of these players ended up capitalizing on their opportunity early in the year, and ultimately they ended up losing snaps to other players and things like that. But the way I think about this is I'm like, well, the best we can do with that sort of thing is try to figure out who's going to get the chance early. Now the talent profile and all the other things come in after that. So you have to weigh the other factors. But like Elijah Moore last year, when he had Deshaun Watson, it was just like the preseason. He was the most targeted player for, the Browns, but he sucked. And
Yep.
Deshaun Watson wasn't very good. So, I mean, like, obviously those are still components. But the thing I did find that I thought was the most overrated about preseason usage, and the thing I want to, do better on this year, is running back snaps with the starters. And I think it makes a lot of sense because if you think about it, quite often, like the guy coming in to give like that rotational breather to the starter is in drive 3 or 4. Well, in most preseason games, drive 2 or 3 is the last drive for the starters. So if you think about that, and all of a sudden you see a running back and you're looking at him with the starters and it's the running back 1, it's like, oh, 90%, 80%, of the work. Even though we know that's not realistic, it looks like they're really way ahead of all the other running backs on the roster. And then the running back 2 is coming in for the first drive with the backups, because typically in the game, that's the drive where they would come in and rotate in to give the other back a breather. So definitely have some lessons that I took away, and we'll be sharing that next week.
Awesome. Yeah, that's going to be super helpful. There's a couple picks here that I think could make a ton of sense. Hunter Henry paired with Polk, if we want to tight end 2. You like that?
And I like Hunter Henry this year. I mean, because we just don't know like who's going to get targets right now in New England. Like it could just easily be Hunter Henry, and we're going to need 3 tight ends on this team. So I say grabbing him is good.
The other guy that I've been trying to get more of, it's a little preview of a video I'm going to be making. I mean, Michael Wilson with Kyler here get that double stack is pretty intriguing to me.
I like the stack as well. I didn't love Michael Wilson as a prospect. He wasn't really that good last year either. But like he's a second-year player. I mean, he is stacked with Kyler. So yeah, I'm with you. And we've got the week 17 nice stack going now with Puka and against the Cardinals.
Shout out to the chat. My guy, Michael Dubner in here is having an identity crisis because he took Zeke and Nick Chubb. Glad you got that out of your system after we did our big dog draft together. Michael, John says utilization report is goated for in-season battle royales. Yeah, for us grinding those daily streets. Bindle says win guitar sesh. You have to get behind the premium for Best Ball After Dark to see Dwayne. I mean, Dwayne, multi-talented here. What did you sing for us again? It was Bruce, right?
Yeah, we did Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, I was prepared. Like we were prepared for Elton John, Rocket Man, but we just we didn't get all the Texans. We had to draft Texans that night.
Yes. Let me recap this team. This is I will say by far my favorite team I've drafted today. Like my first 3 rooms have been tough. This one is like when it breaks clean. Kyler and Jordan Love at quarterback, 4 running backs, Pacheco, Josh Jacobs, Jaylen Warren, Tyjae Spears, up to 6 wide receivers, Puka, Marvin Harrison, Tank Dell, Jayden Reed, Ja'Lynn Polk, Michael Wilson, 2 tight ends, Musgrave and Hunter Henry. So we don't even have to deal with the Drake May, Brissett bullshit. We got our 2 QBs. We got Polk and Henry as a secondary stack. We got our big stacks on Green Bay and Arizona. We got a little bring back on Los Angeles. I mean, this thing's cooking, Dwayne.
Yeah, I love this. I love this team. I'm just trying to think ahead. Like, so what we got? We've got Green Bay. There's really not going to be any Minnesota. Well, I guess maybe around 17. Scroll down.
a Jalen Naylor who's catching some buzz now.
Yeah. I have heard he's catching buzz, but man, I just don't trust Naylor. Like, he's had too long. Like, Powell kind of flashed last year in his little opportunity, but that's the tough part about the Vikings. Like, once Ty Chandler comes off the board, unless you're in one of those drafts where Hawkinson really slides, which is the only way I take him. Like, once Chandler's gone, like, it's really tough. Yeah. And then we've got our 1 Ram already, but like DeMarcus Robinson would be
he just went.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
yeah. I mean, we're in that spot where positionally we're really good. I mean, this is going to be a 3 tight end team. So that's something we can think about. And I think this is a team we could easily stop at 5 running backs. And then
I agree.
And then that could be like 2 more wide receivers. Like, you get up to 8 wide receivers. So you're like 2 quarterbacks, 5 running backs, 8 wide receivers, 3 tight ends, probably.
Yes. I mean, I'm not totally against taking a running back, but I feel really good about the running back room that we have.
Right. Yeah. I think this team, it's maybe just, no, I think we could roll 4, but my guess is that we're going to like one of the running backs, as opposed to finding 3 other wide receivers that we feel like we need.
Yeah. So what are we looking at here with tight end?
Yeah. So tight end, we're definitely into flyer range here. Likely Jonnu, Sinnott, Chig, Jawan Johnson, Gesicki.
Likely has the same buy as Henry, but he has a bring back on Dell.
That's true. One other like deep name, Carolina, week 16, Arizona. Like, I don't mind like a guy like Jatavian Sanders or like a Theo Johnson as your 3rd tight end in a room like this.
I like both of those.
Well.
I draft quite a bit of Jonnu too. So
yeah, I mean, I think we could certainly do Jonnu if you want to shut it down at tight end here, or likely. Who do you like more as your 3rd tight end?
Show me the running backs again. Sorry.
We're in like Roshan, Deneric, Prince, Kendre Miller, Will Shipley. Like, running back got wiped. Damian Pierce is here though.
Yeah, I'm not as out on Kendre as people are at this price, but yeah, we can take the tight. I like getting Jonnu.
Well, let's do Jonnu, and then we're done at tight end. That's a solid 3 tight end room. And then I'll look at running back and wide receiver here. Troy Franklin, you got some of the rookies, Luke McCaffrey, Baker. You could reach for Dortch here to kind of triple. What do you think?
I don't like the Dortch triple. Like, if we were to go wide receiver here,
do you want to grab Kendre at this price? There is some good correlation.
I like
here.
it. I like it. I mean, it's such an early injury in camp. Now I get it. Kendre has been hurt. I don't think they're cutting him though. I've heard some people be like, he's so hurt they're going to cut him. I know Dennis Allen came out and said he's got to be healthy to make the team, but when have you ever heard Dennis Allen say anything nice about anyone?
Yeah.
He's so negative. So with Kendre, I'm just, if this injury had happened like week 4, like of the preseason, it would be more problematic. But man, like, the more I study Clint Kubiak's offense, Pete, like, I know he wants to get under center. I know he wants a bigger bodied back to do that. He wants somebody that can slash, and that's still Kendre Miller. So look, he's got to stay healthy for sure, but like, I won't be surprised if by like week 3 or 4, we're like, hey, 50% of the rushing attempts are going to Kendre Miller. Like, he was a good prospect, not great, but he was a good prospect. I mean, he's a player I got to watch here at TCU because that's like 10 minutes from my house. Kendre Miller, he can play football. So where are you at on it? Because like, I was in a draft. I did a best ball mania last night out, on my hot, sweaty Texas walk, Pete, and I got Kendre in the last round. He fell all the way to the final round. So
I have been just like on a, I drafted him at DC. I think I had 10% Kendre before the injury and all the Dennis Allen quotes. And so I was just like, I'm just going to chill out for a while here and just see where his price bottomed out. Because like you, I have seen him go. Someone mentioned to me they saw him go undrafted in one of their rooms. So yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, the cheaper price, like a lot of the risk is baked out. Like when, I love Ray
He's
Davis.
still
I
the
like
only
Estiman.
young guy in the room, though. He's still the
Right.
only young guy in their running back room. Like, I mean, we
Yes.
got Jamal Williams, who could still touchdowns. Obviously, Taysom Hill's going to be a pain in the ass. So I get those things, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this is too far on Kendre, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think with this, I mean, we were just saying that we felt good about our running back room. We can take a really big cut on our fifth guy. I also love the week 16. We got the big Green Bay bet. They go against New Orleans in week 16 there. So, yeah, I don't mind this at all. We're probably good at running back and tight end, and we're probably wrapping up here with a couple of wide receiver darts.
I like it. What's the wide receiver room look like, Pete?
Our room or the available room?
Yeah, the available.
Actually, some interesting rookies here. Corley, Luke McCaffrey, Devontae Walker. There's also Tyler Boyd. You got your Taylor Burks, Jalen Hyatt. Like you said, there's some, deep scroll the F downs if you wanted to, mess around with like a nailer there on Minnesota. But yeah, we have some flexibility here. You could do the Bo Melton and just rip it in on Green Bay.
Bo Melton I couldn't believe how good Bo Melton was last year when he finally got to play. I was like, Jesus.
I think this would be a team. Like, I have no problem with the big team bets, especially at this price here. I also Zay Jones. Like, do you have any? I mean, he's another Arizona guy. I don't know how you feel about him.
He's fine. I definitely think that Dortch is the slot. I think they're going to run a lot of 2 tight end fullback stuff. So, we're not going to see a ton of slot. Like, they might run 11 personnel like 55, 60% of the time. I think Luke McCaffrey's an easy pick here. Jahan Dotson
100%.
Jahan Dotson has been a complete bust. Terry McLaurin's a wide receiver too. He's proven that. That's what he is. So there's room for McCaffrey here. Walker's another one. We do get a bring back there.
Yeah. Well, 2, because you get Warren 16 and 10 and 17.
Yeah. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Man, this is one of my
from 12, man. This is one of my favorite teams that I've drafted from 12.
Yeah, this broke about as clean as possible. I feel like we didn't have any like super hard decisions here. Here's the full recap. We'll get Dwayne's thoughts. So we have a 2-5-8-3. We got Kyler and Jordan Love at quarterback. 5 running backs: Pacheco, Josh Jacobs, Jaylen Warren, Tyjae Spears, Kendre Miller. The 8 wide receivers: Puka, Marvin Harrison, Tank Dell, Jayden Reed, Ja'Lynn Polk, Michael Wilson, Luke McCaffrey, and Devontae Walker. 3 tight end build: Musgrave, Hunter Henry, and Jonnu Smith. I mean, other than like the Kendre pick kind of being like, and the 3rd tight end, just being kind of a like, let's round out this room. I felt like every other pick just felt like a slam dunk.
Yeah, I agree. And I know like with Jonnu, it's like not super sexy, but Mike McDaniel said, hey, they would like to have a pass catching option at tight end. If that's anyone on this team right now, it's going to be Jonnu. They've also talked about him, as a blocker. My guess is Smythe is going to take a lot of that, 21 personnel stuff from him because they want to block. But I think there's still a chance Jonnu gets 65, 70% route participation. And if we have any games where you're missing one of those 2 starting wide receivers, Jonnu could suddenly be, definitely carry some spike value. So I like getting Jonnu there. I know it's not a super sexy pick. And then like the Kendre thing. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. I feel like I feel like this is a knee jerk. I feel like Kendre is going to rebound. Like, what would it take, Pete? All it takes is Kendre Miller's headed back to the practice field. If we heard that like tomorrow, how much is he going up? Like everyone right now acts like Kendre Miller's completely dead, which is just not the case. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Can I also toss in a Dennis Allen lobotomy on my wish list for Kendre Miller? That's the other thing I need to happen. But like you said, it would be nice if it's like Dennis Allen is just this curmudgeon at the podium, and if Clint Kubiak's actually the one kind of calling the shots on usage here, maybe we're all right.
Yeah, and I don't know if he'll be the one getting to call the shots. I just know what style of offense he's wanting to run. I feel like Kendre, honestly, like with the downturn we've seen from Kamara, I think Kamara's still your passing down back, still give him 30, 35% of the rushing attempts. But like, man, I totally could see a world where it's Kendre Miller getting 50% of the rushing attempts, and it would make sense for what they want to do.
This is the last thing I needed, Dwayne. I had like moved past Kendre and you trying to like pull me back in.
Well, you can
as if I
stay
needed
past
it.
him. The cool thing is just say you're just not going to take him until you just set a limit for yourself. Like you're not taking him unless he's around 16 or 17, something like that. It sounds like you're still going to get plenty of exposure even that way.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got this team in the books here. I wanted to look back, and it's always fun to like already see kind of the moment in time or how quickly the kind of draft boards change of when we drafted on Best Ball After Dark. I want to see when that was here. See what that team looked like comparatively. Where were we?
I can't remember.
Man, this was a while ago.
I thought we were in early July, I thought, but maybe
were
not.
we?
Yeah.
No, June 1st.
Early June. Oh my God.
We had an Allen Deshaun Watson team. We had James Cook, Jonathan Brooks, Javonte Williams, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Wright, and Deontay Foreman. Wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Xavier Worthy, Rashi Rice at pick 82.
Rice
you can't
at
do that anymore.
Those
Khalil
were
Shakur
good
with
days.
Allen. Judy, who's gone up a decent bit at 130. Corley, who's dropped. Elisha Moore. Dalton Kincaid and Tyler.
That was the one where we
Conklin
just said
there.
screw it at the turn. We just took we took Josh Allen and
Kincaid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
But that one, this is like our, you get the Xavier Worthy and Rashi Rice with the Josh Allen premium stack there. That was a fun
I
one.
do wish I could go back in time and right down in that range, like just be taking Mahomes more at like the, even if you were taking him in the, 4th round,
Yeah.
just to set up all those stacks. It's like, oh, yeah.
That a lot of people are doing that. I know my guy Nez, Davis, and there's a lot of people who've been enjoying that move.
Of course,
where
Davis is. Davis
Oh,
Davis
yeah.
did it last year, like with MVS. So it's like, of course he's in this year. We have good receivers.
Well, this is what happened to Davis. I saw the evolution of this because it would happen like on the Swolecast. Like he would take Mahomes and then he would get shut out from a stack. And so then he was taking like Sky Moore and like Justin Watson at the end of his draft. And then he said, you know what? Instead of having to do that, I will just take Mahomes in the 3rd and Kelsey in the 4th and whatever. And then I'll at least get the stack, even if I have to overpay.
Well, I think that is the better way. Like that happens to me right now with Josh Allen quite a bit. The way the board works, it looks like it would be easy if you're in the middle with Allen, like you're going to get, but for whatever reason, when I finally am like, oh, okay, Allen 5 picks past ADP, I'm just going to take him here. Coming back, it'll be like Kincaid, 1 pick right in front of me. And then I'm like, okay, fine. I'm still going to get Keon Coleman, Curtis Samuel. I'm still going to get a couple of these guys. I'll still get Shakur. And like I get snapped on him every time. And I know this for the most part, like you should be able to draft Josh Allen, in the middle of round 4 and at least get 2 pieces, to go with him. But it feels like in the drafts that I've done, that just doesn't happen. But I like the idea of actually going a little early if you want to set up some of those super stacks, with Kansas City. I've done it. I've taken Travis Kelce. Like I wouldn't want to do this all the time, but I've taken Kelce in the early 3rd so that I can come back and get Mahomes in the 4th. And then in the 5th, I was taking Hollywood Brown at the time. And sometimes I was getting Rashee Rice, right? Or Xavier Worthy coming back to me. I don't know if that stack's still working or not though.
Yeah.
Because Rashee Rice is so hard to get now.
It is. And you have to do it from that side of the board.
Yep.
You basically have to. It's almost like the best spot to do it would be like you grab Kelsey in the middle of the 3rd, Mahomes middle, and then you grab Rice, and then Worthy will now kind of fall sometimes to the middle of the 6th.
Yeah, I've done it that way too. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. And I will say, like, look, if you look at the guys that are going, in the middle of the 3rd round, like taking Kelsey there and then coming back from Mahomes, like the way the tier breaks work, it's fine. Like it's fine. I don't think it's going to be something that kills all of your teams. I mean, I think things get a little bit iffy there. You have some tier breaks going on at wide receiver as well as at running back. So I don't hate the Kelsey pick in the 3rd, to make the Mahomes things work. Or you just don't take Kelsey, right? And you just take Mahomes in the 4th and then you stack 2 wide receivers with him.
For sure. Yeah. And now this is the time I was definitely more reluctant to kind of do what I would call maybe like the cute moves like that early on in the draft season. Like we didn't know, like, I feel like we're kind of confident where these Chiefs ADPs are going to settle now. And now's the time if you want to go review your exposures, which you guys can at the Best Ball Hub over at Fantasy Life. You can pull it in. You can look at all of your week 17 exposures too. So you can pull up your Chief stuff and be like, how many of these do I have with Jaylen Warren? How many do I have with George Pickens? And now is a fun time to review your portfolio and kind of rebalance things or get some combos, some guys that you want access to.
Where did Justin Fields go in our draft?
That's a good question. I've been monitoring that.
I did 2 BBMs last night. I think he went in the 15th and 16th round.
He went in the 16th here. 16th, I know the first draft this morning went in the 16th. The more interesting thing to me is Russell Wilson getting drafted at 211 still here.
You don't see Russ normally get drafted. And now, so the Fields thing is really interesting because and you wrote a great intro this morning in the newsletter. Folks got to make sure they're sub to that. But he is the guy, like, once Jaden Daniels is off the board and you're thinking dual threat upside, like, it's Justin Fields. Like, that's it. I mean, we can argue Deshaun Watson, but he's not it's not that same kind of dual threat upside, right? Deshaun Watson could have a rushing upside of like Trevor Lawrence, guys more in that range, 25 to 30 rushing yards per game. But like when you're talking about guys that can give you 50 plus per game, like, man, that's it. It's Justin Fields. So really interesting because I thought Russell Wilson was washed anyway with what's happening to him with the way secondaries play him now, just the way the secondaries are playing the league. No player in the league, I think, has probably been more impacted than Russell Wilson. Also, probably didn't hurt that he was getting older and his receivers were terrible last year. So those things didn't help him. But man, like, if I am Arthur Smith, which we all know I could never be, like, who could be Arthur Smith? But if I were the offensive coordinator, I just feel like defensive coordinators would be much more worried about facing Justin Fields and his potential as a runner versus having to game plan for Russell Wilson, especially on an offense like the Steelers, where it's George Pickens or bust, really. Pat Freiermuth's decent, but he doesn't cause defensive coordinators to lose sleep. Justin Fields, that, to me, he's the best chance the Steelers have to get really sneaky and win more games than what people expect this year.
Yeah, it's so funny too, because it's like, if, the Steelers just had, they just have their streak. They just always make the playoffs, Mike Tomlin's. Whereas, like, if they didn't have that, I feel like it'd be just YOLO, Justin Fields. But now there's this expectation of like, we can just make it work. However, we can just eke into the playoffs, sneak in there. Yep. And probably internally, they're like, yeah, that's probably Russell Wilson who gives us the best chance. But I love that the door is open now. And I think it's going to be one of the more fun battles to track.
I moved Fields up to 24 in my QB rank. I had him like at 27 or 28. So I put him right like next to Bryce Young. I think I have him right next to Will Levis. So yeah, I made a change this morning. Like, he and Chase Brown were my two biggest movers. Like, Chase Brown, I like just keeps moving up. Like, he's been moving up my board for like 3 weeks now. But Justin Fields, like, the way I look at it, like, if you're in a managed league, obviously you can't just walk away with him being, your QB1. You're gonna have to take 2 quarterbacks in that league most likely. But man, if you do hit, like, if you get boxed out, because you get in these leagues, Pete, where how this happens. Like, we draft in these home leagues too, and I have it happen to me where I'm like, oh, I'm waiting on quarterback, and suddenly everybody takes 2, like way earlier. And so if you get in a draft like that and you're completely boxed out, man, it's like I am willing to take 2 QBs. I'm not normally usually doing that in home leagues, but to add Fields on as my QB2 when I got boxed out and I know I need the upside, like, I like it.
That's the thing too. And we were talking through this a bit because we just wrapped up our first main event draft on ship chasing. And if you are doing early redraft leagues, and I know this is best ball breakfast, but I think the Fields stuff is interesting for that, where it's like, just take him as like a little insurance policy or hold here. And if he does win the week 1 starting job, you just got a top 8 quarterback in the last round of your draft. Like, that's the worst thing. And cut him. You're going to be able to swap him out if you need to.
Yeah, I think he and Watson are the two that have the most upside late. Like, Watson last year, if you exclude the game where he only played 17% of the snaps due to the injury, he was still at 18 fantasy points per game. Like, we haven't seen his Houston 22 plus per game upside, but like just enough in the rushing department from Watson. And you're just trying to squint and hope that maybe Jerry Jeudy can give him just a little bit more. I know we debated this actually, Pete, for the LG show.
Oh yeah.
We debated Jerry Jeudy. I think it was versus Antonio Gibson or something we had to debate. But yeah, I think Watson is the other one. I know it sounds gross, but I mean, still 18 points per game. If you go back over since 2011, that's the QB 12. I mean, you're drafting the guy as like a QB 20 right now on Watson. So I do feel like Watson and Fields are the two that have the most upside, but I think Fields' ceiling is higher than Watson.
And while we're here, let's just you mentioned Chase Brown. Where did you move him up to? Top
24.
25.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, 25. Yeah. Well, man, like
Look
it's
at
just
that.
it's like repeated over and over. Like every day, it's like Chase Brown is getting more work with the first team. I'm like, I don't want to wait, right? Because it's like you want if people are drafting right now off of our stuff, like I
Yep.
feel like Chase Brown, I put him in the same tier now as Jaylen Warren and Jonathan Brooks. And Jonathan Brooks, obviously, you're gonna have to wait on. But my expectation for Jonathan, I'm not moving Jonathan Brooks down my board. I already only had him projected for 12 games to start. So I look at it as, again, we're double counting. It's like the Jayden Reed thing. People all of a sudden like, oh my God, he only played 7. Like we know he only played 60% of the snaps, 70% of the routes last year. Same thing. When we talk about Jonathan Brooks, like already projecting, the guy was going to only play 12 games this season. It's all about the that late season play. Although I will happily take the discount if people want to push Jonathan Brooks down the board.
I think it's coming. I mean, I took him in my first draft, like 6-7 picks past ADP. And I said the exact same thing that you're saying. Like, I thought the early season lack of production was already baked into his price. And so if it's getting double counted now, he like Chase Brown's already flipping him, which I don't even think that's necessarily bad. I love Chase Brown too, but I think I'm going to have a ton of.
Yeah, I moved Chase Brown one ahead of him just because like I know Chase Brown's going to be healthy for week 1.
Yeah.
I mean, are you nervous that the intern for the Bengals posted that Zach Moss is the starter today?
We talked about that earlier. You know what? That we were saying with Pat, where it's like, I don't think that person is logged on to Best Ball Twitter. I don't think they know what's going on. They might be living in a different planet there.
How do you think that process goes? Do you think they just let them just completely wing it? Or do you think someone from like the staff actually hands them something that they want them to post? Like I have no clue how that process
my
works.
theory
You got to get someone on the show that's an intern for these teams that does this.
My theory is they pull up a spreadsheet with every player and they sort by descending order. No, but yeah, maybe it's salary, maybe it's just age, and then they put the oldest player first and then just go down the depth chart. Dwayne, let people know again what you got cooking up over at Fantasy Life. I'm super excited about preseason utilization stuff. That's gonna be awesome.
Me too. I am too. Like I've been working with with James McCool, our back end data guy, these last couple of weeks, making sure we've got everything buttoned down and ready so I can start working on that stuff as the games get played this week. But yeah, so that'll be coming out on Tuesdays every week. If I can get it out sooner, guys, I will. And then I've got sleepers coming out this week. So I'm only taking guys that are going pick 120 plus right now. And then I've got my strategy guides coming out. So I'm going to, this week will be quarterback. Next week will be running back, then receiver, then tight end. So got those coming out over the next few weeks as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Make sure you guys are checking out Fantasy Life. I have the daily newsletter dropping in your inbox completely free. And then if you want to peek at more of the expanded utilization stuff, all of those features for drafting, if you have a weird league with crazy settings and you want to input those in and see what does an updated ranking set, a customized ranking set look like, that's everything that the Draft Champion tool can do for you, as well as all that other stuff, tiers, and all of the cheat sheets, auction values, which is really helpful. I know some of you guys are doing those as well. So all kinds of good stuff at Fantasy Life. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Love doing these big best ball streams. Like I said, ADP chasing with Adam Levitan today at 3:30 over on Ship Chasing. Otherwise, I'm going to have all of the usual shows this week. So for producer Mark, for Dwayne, for Pat, for Shawn, for the chat, for Lad McConkey. Didn't realize how many people love Lad McConkey. Sorry for saying bad things about him today. This has been Best Ball Breakfast. We'll see you guys next time.